Good evening, Commander Priest. This is Helen with Mission Control. All systems are go for tonight's mission. If everything goes according to plan, you'll be back at the space station within 8 hours. Please be safe out there, Commander.
During the space flight, late night, Todd laughed in the pod craft as we engage heights. All systems are go. Bird head to PlayStation. Eye on you, come in, Squawk and Crow. The burrow owls are looking good. Look out for further commands, wingspan. The birds are now in dreamland. How's it out there, Captain? Tell me. Eerie, kinda tired, I could use a coffee from the deli. That's a long way, RSJ. There's no asteroids, Commander. Clear, I'll reach back in 7 hours. Now I'm about to get some winter beer. Goodbye, ducks, his eyes shut all his gears, put himself in auto steer through the spheres.
Godspeed, Commander.
Turbulence, rumbling, all systems go. Get up quick, crew grab control. Hold, levels up, the ship turns sideways. Gaze the nebula, it's beautiful. Alarms ringing, horn shouting, sprinklers go off. The god is rerouting, the crew shouting, trying to keep balance. A great explosion's the silence.
Mission Control to Priest. This is NASA. Can you hear me? Come in, Priest. We're losing your
I
signal.
can't tell if it's still or moving. Space woman of the crew screams. Our voice cups as we split up. I'm being pulled by this blue beam. Consciousness losing, but I got my camera on me. Suddenly I get a feeling so soothing. At the same time remembering to put my camera on 4D. It's foggy. In the planes I see something I couldn't explain. It's strange, it looks like an object from World War III. I put my camera to my face and try to adjust the lens. Just then I was ushered in by this warm gust of wind. Eerie light storms, alien life forms touched my skin. I felt quite calm, a part of me trusted them. I stopped struggling, they showed me a life without suffering. Worlds without wars, no threats, no clashing of swords. They gave me a pill with this liquid that began to heal chronic illness and sickness. Seven sealed, the will within the will quickened. We went up and over, felt the rush, higher, lower. They started speaking, I understood in English. There stood this tiny alien next to an 8-footed phoenix, next to an 8 with goat horns. They spoke on photons and protons, and how ancient life prolonged, how life existed with the Dogon. Showed me the difference between the blizzard and the snowstorm. Molten glass so strong, and molten iron pouring through Orion, raining on the planets. On my knees praying, start saying all commandments. They said start standing, we have the cure for all disease, hatred and famine. Let us all take a seat, we're preparing for landing. Repairing what's damaged, body tissue, mental issues, depression, infections, affection, corrections, new directions, no addiction, prescriptions, more wisdom, inner vision. Save the children. We landed on the planet, looked abandoned, but beautiful, lots of canyons, trees with fruit for food, and good to eat. The day was cool, another ship landed. They bring one of my crew, space woman out. It feels like deja vu, on this planet that's new, and even from the Milky Way too. The alien said, you are us, and we are you. We came from the dust, small as particles. My space woman running closer and closer. They said, let us give you one more jewel. They said man is intelligence, and this particular ship is made from one of your elements. We are known as the Yahwehs, the Ancient of Days, and this ship is made from clay. We have an experiment, we want y'all to stay. We felt it's not good for you to be alone, so we brought your space woman, flesh of your flesh, bone of your bone. There's also other beings here, from distant planets. They built kingdoms here, so you're not left stranded. Follow not their ways, the Yahweh's commanded. Cause you know what happened before, it'll do damage. Now, just give names to everything. As they stood before me, they transform into balls of flames. Want to be fruitful and multiply. As they got back in their ships, flew into the sky. At the same time, the space woman arrived. She asked Captain, what happened? I shipped the explosion, that moment. Contact with no one. Back then, she said I was led up this golden path by this soft light. Then on a ship with a staff, winged beautiful beings. Said they was from the Nile Valley of kings and queens. The things around me got cloudy, their voices distorted. Something Elohim. It felt godly at the start. Then they named themselves after body parts. They said the galaxies was like the arteries. he was the heart. They said they were responsible for man's greatest art and the pyramids. And the ship I was in, they called man's rib. Then I passed out and we landed.
Commander, wake up. Someone is approaching the ship.
Wow, did you see that? We both turned back. It was a man with the mask of a cat. We both shocked. You speak English? I find it convenient. Most of us do, being from Venus. Let me ask you, did you meet the ape and the phoenix and the little genius? Did they sell you game and a meaning? Welcome to my place, it's called Eden. Y'all should feel safe. I'll be back to talk this evening. They'll be back probably beginning of the weekend. Y'all should know that. They visit frequent. I'm just an old cat, headed to my kingdom. 7,000 years passed since we saw the beings last. This not Earth, time moves fast. Planted trees, fertilize the grass. Cool of the day, check the windcast. Then in the air, something moved like it's clay spinning fast. The Yahwehs came. They called my name, then explained that we must not exchange knowledge with the other people. We are not the same. They were already here. Y'all came from the spheres with new ideas. They made themselves clear.
Carefully chosen, priest. Do not disappoint.
I told them about the man that we met. Wore a hat like a cat. They asked, come again, what was that? We said that was years ago. We're at near that tree where the 5 rivers flow. They stepped back as the doors open on the UFO. Any contact with this cat, you should let us know. We'll be back in 100 years to see how things go. In fact, to remember we were here, we'll leave a rainbow. Alert as we ever been. I wrote my name in the dirt. Space woman did the same, she wrote Evelyn. I said Evelyn, I call you Ev. Then named myself one of the elements, then went to bed. Woke up in the morning and saw snakeskin shed. The cat came back, take off the cat mask. At last he will reveal himself, gorilla help. A shiny ass, brick fruit in his hand. Ninja boots he stands, within the group to advance. I see you met the cat. The serpent said, we are all the beings in the zodiac. You are visitors, I have trivias. Taurus and the goat, Egyptian gods from far. For instance, from a distance, Horus scopes, Abraxas rooster crow. This war fragment uses codes, those thoughts. On course, north, east, west, south. Past and present event reports. Acronym for newspaper, figured out. Another story for the winged people. Saga, the Naga, Nada, Kabbalah. Or the itsy bitsy spider up the water spout. The mothership returned with a couple concerns. They landed about dusk to discuss what we learned. It was 3 of them and 3 of us. The snake said, I'm glad we meeting up. They faced red as the evening shut. The snake asked, had you told them how the knowledge was lost? They said no. Well, I'm here for support. They wouldn't know good and evil unless it was taught. It's a diet. Try it. Here's a spoon for resource. Now stir it in courage with a tuning fork. The spoon and the fork, that's food for thought. She said that was good and gave some to me. I listened to this knowledge too, how bad could it be? This food for thought, now we both can see. I'm 6 foot, she's 5'3", we tall as trees. The alien said, Pa. Pa replied to Messa. Messa said they're like one of us gods. Then Tanya said they must leave our yard. The knowledge that you feed off, you now starve. At odds, we all learned their names. Winds blew, thunder, then it rained. They commanded, all 3 of us be banished. The snake and me and my companion. Raining blood in the place was the name as the same as the God that was blaming us. Nessa and Pa and Tanya, in the gods we trust. Plus, this yard was named after us, Mesopotamia. Other gods named Ka, Ra, and Af came in their place after they left. We said their names, but replaced it. Af, Ra, Ka, ascending master. Neutrons, quarks, but atom was the mineral I named myself after. Allegory, subliminals is the original chapter. The scattered, it's the writer's with. In the land of kings between the Euphrates, too wavy, and the Tigris, the Woos, KP.
This is Jody with your weekly video on the esoteric news where ancient knowledge meets current events. Hey everyone, hello. So, when most people picture Jesus Christ, a familiar image comes to mind. Fair skin, light brown or even blonde hair, soft European facial features, and blue or hazel eyes. And this image has been reproduced for centuries in paintings, churches, films, and children's Bibles, especially in the Western world. But here's the question historians and scholars ask. Is that image historically accurate? Well, tonight we explore what history, archaeology, anthropology, and biblical scholarship actually suggests about the physical appearance of Jesus of Nazareth, and why the widely accepted Western image tells us more about European culture than about Jesus himself. One of the most important facts to establish right away is this. The Bible never explicitly describes Jesus' skin color, his eye color, or his hair color. The Gospels focus on Jesus' teachings, actions, and spiritual identity, not his physical appearance. And this silence in itself is actually quite meaningful. In the ancient world, authors typically only described physical traits when they were unusual or symbolically important. Jesus' appearance was likely unremarkable for his time and place. In other words, he probably looked like everyone else around him. There is a near-universal scholarly consensus on several foundational points. Jesus was a Jew. He was born and lived in Roman-era Judea or Galilee. And he belonged to a Semitic ethnic group, and he lived among people native to the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East. Modern anthropology and archaeology give us a very clear picture of what people from first century Galilee looked like. Olive to medium brown skin, dark brown eyes, dark hair or even black hair, broad noses and strong facial features, and they were shorter in stature, averaging around 5'1" to 5'5" for men. And this description aligns closely with modern Middle Eastern Jewish, Arab, and Levantine populations, not with Northern or Western Europeans. In the early 2000s, forensic anthropologists used skulls from first century Judea to reconstruct what a typical Galilean Jewish man might have looked like. And these reconstructions, based on bone structure, muscle attachment, and historical data, produced an image of Jesus that shocked many people. Dark curly hair, a wide face, a thick beard, and brown skin weathered by the sun and labor. This Jesus looked like a working-class Middle Eastern man, not a pale, ethereal figure glowing with European beauty standards. Interestingly, early Christian art did not depict Jesus as white. In the first few centuries of Christianity, Jesus was often portrayed with dark skin. Sometimes he appeared youthful and beardless. And in Ethiopian and Coptic Christianity, Jesus is depicted with African features. And in Syriac and Eastern Christian art, he appears clearly Middle Eastern. These images reflect the cultures of the communities that were worshiping him. Early Christians did not insist on a single racialized idea of Jesus. They portrayed him in ways that felt familiar. So, where did the white Jesus come from? Well, the transformation began as Christianity spread into Europe and later became the dominant religion of the Roman Empire in medieval Christendom. European artists modeled Jesus after local populations and used Greco-Roman ideas of beauty, and then painted him with fair skin, straight hair, and light eyes. By the Renaissance, this image became standardized. And then later, during European colonial expansion, the white Jesus image was exported globally, often alongside political power, cultural dominance, and missionary activity. And this was not coincidental. A Jesus who looked European was easier for Europeans to identify with and easier to present as a symbol of authority. The white depiction of Jesus is not just an artistic issue, it has deeper cultural consequences. For centuries, portraying Jesus as white reinforced European superiority, marginalized non-white Christian identities, and distorted the historical reality of Jesus' Jewishness. Ironically, this image often erased the very people Jesus came from, Middle Eastern Jews living under Roman occupation. Modern scholars argue that reclaiming Jesus' historical appearance can help restore context to his teachings, teachings rooted in oppression, poverty, empire, and resistance. Understanding Jesus as a brown-skinned Middle Eastern Jew does not change his spiritual message, but it does challenge cultural assumptions. It reminds us that Christianity did not originate in Europe. Jesus was not aligned with empire or privilege, and his message spoke to the marginalized, not the powerful. Reclaiming the historical Jesus can help dismantle racialized interpretations of faith and open space for a more inclusive understanding of Christianity. So, while the Bible does not give us a physical description of Jesus, history fills in the gaps. Based on scholarly consensus, archaeology, anthropology, and cultural context, Jesus of Nazareth was almost certainly brown-skinned, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and a Middle Eastern Jewish man from Galilee. The familiar white Jesus of Western art is not a historical portrait, it's a cultural creation. And understanding that difference helps us to not only see who Jesus was, but how societies shaped sacred images to reflect themselves. So yeah, that's it for today's breakdown on Jesus. As always, I do hope you found this video entertaining, enlightening, or in some way beneficial. If you did, help me out. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel and share the video with a friend or two. All right, everyone. Take care. Peace. Hey, everyone. Good evening, good evening. As always, I hope this video finds you both in good health and in good spirits. Now, I wanted to do a video today that's probably going to be my most controversial video of all. I really hope it doesn't piss people off. I know a lot of people aren't going to believe this. Others it's going to make mad. Other people are going to call me a Satanist or a liar or whatever. But I still wanted to put together this video anyways, talking about this false image of Jesus. You see a lot of people that hang this image up in their homes and in their workplace and so forth. And you have to remember, we were warned in the Bible not to make images, no graven images, yet people do so anyways. And I wanted to talk about that. I had read an article that talked a lot about this, and it talks about how all of the images and paintings that are displayed in churches today are actually of a man named Caesar Borgia. In case you're not familiar with him, Caesar Borgia was an Italian mobster, as well as captain of the papal military during the 1500s. And he was also the son of Pope Alexander VI of Rome. Now, in an effort to keep black slaves oppressed so they could sustain their rulership in Rome, Pope Alexander hired Leonardo da Vinci and Michelangelo to paint all of the images of Jesus, as this picture here, which is actually the image of his son. And since both of these artists were well known, they were in competition with each other. A competition broke out between the two to see who could impress the Pope more by making a new image of the Pope's son that would deceive the world into thinking that Caesar was actually Jesus. So the majority of images that are displayed is the white European looking Jesus that we see in the paintings today in the churches and in the stores. Unfortunately, it's actually pictures of Caesar Borgia, not the Messiah. But Leonardo and Michelangelo didn't just stop there. No. They painted all of the people of the Bible to be white, deceiving the entire world into thinking that's what they really looked like. And over time, these false images have saturated the minds and the masses to such a degree that the notion of a Messiah being a dark brown or black makes it seem like it's a lie. And there was a book, Caesar Borgia is in the book titled Triptych of Poisoners, and also in the book titled Caesar Borgia, His Life and Times by Sarah Bradford. Now, between 1502 and 1503, he employed Leonardo da Vinci as a military architect and engineer, in which him and Leonardo da Vinci became intimate, instantaneous, and they became lovers. And to express his love towards Caesar, Leonardo painted many pictures of him. And Caesar's father, Rodrigo Borgia, who later became Pope Alexander VI under the authority of the Catholic Church elite, had his son and his picture put up in the Western world to represent, as Jesus. And not to mention, Caesar had sex with his own sister Lucrezia, and he killed his own brother Giovanni in 1497. And this is the man who the Catholic Church gave their consent to allow his picture to be put up and portrayed as Jesus, to basically deceive the world into thinking that Jesus was European. And what most people don't know is that there was a competition going on during the time called the Renaissance period, where Leonardo da Vinci and the well-known Michelangelo took part. And the competition was to see who could impress the king by making new images of the king's son that would deceive the world. And Leonardo da Vinci won the competition. So yeah, there's a little bit about that. I hope I didn't make too many people mad with this video, but I thought it was definitely one worth making anyways. Alright everyone, take care. Peace.
hater, brother's letter. I should cut my ear off like Van Gogh. Stop performing at the Klan shows. Watch myself from the audience. Play piano with lit candles. I mean, I'll still perform, but the thrill is gone. I don't feel as strong, maybe cause the will is torn. I clutch in the ball cause I'm sick to my gut. Then I brushed off the dust, stood up like I was touched by healing palms. I picked up my shield and 3 rocks as I'm hearing psalms. Know ye not that ye are gods? And I've been blocked by bouncers, overlooked by the announcers. I'm in the stand with the fans, which told me many of my album was like a counselor. They said songs like Then From Now got them from then to now. Even Deja Vu, they said the old man was you in a reoccurring nightmare where you kept coming back around. I took a picture with him. Then he showed me a picture of his daughter in a cap and gown. He said he put her through college because your words stood up for knowledge. Said, to be honest, you like a prophet. I said, stop it. He said, what made you right before quarantine take us to Nebula in a rocket? I said, it was just my journey to the planet of gods, our divine intervention. Just a mantra, I said, for the monsters in my head. Kept reliving, but we true and living. Like 3 supermen then, he said, who you kidding? That was a beautiful listening. Clan came on and music was hitting. They did 4th chamber while I talked to strangers about his divorce and child support papers. Gotta restrain in court for his anger. On the cross cause of haters. As goes finish up with the black suede while it dawn. They look around, I'm not on. They search backstage and I'm gone. Watch finish the set, play the next song. Play the next song. Nobody would remember. He hardly was a member. But the gods was his avengers. With the bars always an inventor. From kindergarten to jobs at the center. From the mini-mart, parking cars for the winter. Kept a penny jar, what's the odds I get injured? Dreams of a football star was hindered. My lovers died, my brother's demise. My first son arrived in September. Virgo, no more pop locking like a turbo. Stopping in Stockton in my circles. Met Anessa, love was eternal. Ancestors, embrace her. Soared in my dreams like Jacob. Wrestle with the devils before I wake up. Or was that an angel in flames who renamed you? Killah priest to join the Wu-Tang school. Say to them, oh son of man, now children go in the land. Now I'm on send them 5 deadly venoms.
Freak out, yo!
Yeah, ma. Ma, say what up.
Huh?
Say what up.
Say what?
Say what's up. Ma, you look like grandma.
Oh, are you looking at me now?
Yeah. I know Michael. Exhausted, escorted to my torment. I'm walking past the women whorish. It was horrid. Walls with the image of Horus. The demons were dormant. The phoenix, I saw it, emerged from ruins. The birds that flew in from Venus and Taurus. Constellation, I'm concentrating. The continents are racing. I'm driven by the forces and principalities. Lost the sense of reality since judgment. I approach the bench of the 10th galaxy. Changing molecular structure into the nebula conductor. The symbol, I sit with it's not regular brothers. They are the messengers to mothers. Move like weather conductors. This is man and bread from the others. The lamb is said to suffer. Energy, the man who's dead now hovers. Infinity, I ran and spread like butter. In the temple of the mental halls garnished. Masonic ministers. Peter said, Jesus dead. The evening was red. The sky rained down balsamic vinegar. I was shown the prophecies off the rocks and seas. Like the mall in the cinema. Buried on the devil's property. I dropped the seeds. Below the cross with Jesus grew sativa and indica. That's Rasta weed. Watch the beast. You stay low, cock and squeeze. The great mystery of Babylon. The 4 horsemen play saddles on. Ascend as a giant court spin. Pipe organs play eerie Catholic songs. 7 heads, each has 10 horns on a dragon form. They really represent 7 great nations. Conceal the evidence. Heaven and space stations. How you kill with medicine. Americans, Israel, Caucasians, Asians, Arabic. We'll all see the chariots in the sky, swift as light. Flicker in the night. Read the scripture while I write, and picture a man in the mirror. See the thriller, prophecy in sight. The rarest crystal, pain night, worn by Canaanites. Poets, counsel of justice, where I train to write. The people of peace, equality, and Lucifer's executioners hand me the flaming mic. You scorch when you feel. I walked up the hill. After I talk, I put the mic on life support, I kneel. Then get up, after my thoughts, the force is real. No shield, the flow builds. I show skills, priest is living off the wheel. See, after this we can go into Unknown Michael. Feel it? Telling you, man. Yeah. Unknown Michael. Greatness to sages of all ages. Playlist, liquid swords, rewind basic. Time ancient, climbed out of a spaceship. Rhyme sacred, planets with black faces. The sky traces was planning the old aces. Unknown places, catacombs left paintings. Cold cases of black mummies in foreign countries. The quiet singing, I used to join in on Sunday. But ooh, all the reverend wanted was money. True, my cousin Kevin wanted the honeys. Funny, spark, moon, tone, Lenny and Sunny. The dark, goons, New York City was hungry. Late 70s, fire skates with melodies. Disco breaks, we carried crates for Eric B. And back then, heroin was hardcore. And Charlene, where Sherilyn deserved the encore. Hip hop had a stable, where Angela Winbush found an angel. Shining like Alicia Myers, I wanna thank you. It took a long time for it to happen, but it was classic. What was missing? Mr. Magic, Summer Madness. We were cool in the game, doing our thing. Snowflakes, no two are the same. Smooth with the slang, if you're new to the game, you're losing your chain. Cruise on the train, Marcus Garvey and Ferrari, Cosby Body and Versace, but godly. Conscious teachers in the old I-Speed armies, elders probably from Mali. And the Niger Delta, the right is familiar, not a failure. Stars align like trailers in the lot. The light shining, but darkness comprehended not. The white diamond in the starship with Ciroc. Unknown Michael. Government tell us we woke, and at the same time sell us the dope that leads to heart failures and strokes. Where do we start? Do we believe what the elders wrote, or the ones who watch through a telescope? The Illuminati Cyclops, beast mark on every coast. The head of a cult, the devil goat that sits in a drum circle like a hippie, dressed like a gypsy. My best of rocking the nebula quotes is like Tesla notes. Now they got surveillance on Diddy. I'm a cross between Umar Johnson and Billy Carson. I told my grandmother that we are from where the stars from. I'm like Rod Hayes, but I'm Todd Wave with a blonde fade. Some days it'll be an orange braid, half shade. That's just his character. I made hair like lemonade. Both his parents come from Africa. Y'all know the prototype, it's the walking life. See, the sun is the source of light. They made my quartz bright as New York at night. They say when Walter Wright, he could steer Hathor to the boat of the moon. Enter the cliff, sent to the glyphs to open the tombs. They say Killah flows is like pillar porticos that fulfill the scrolls made of silver and gold. The bars I laid is like sculpted on the architrave. I wrote it like an art display with gods and goddesses with darker shades. I wrote it in the chamber, glowing like the child that was golden in the manger. Only 3 kings knew he was growing to be the savior. Okay, back to rap more about Hathor, the cow-headed near the Nile desert. Under the white clouds, the native dancing in the powwow. He wore the head crown of owl feathers. As the clan went from loud records, and priests and Jizza wrote their signature down on Geffen. And hip-hop's are where I found the presence. The shepherds are coming down from Mount Everest, surrounded by peasants. With unclean skin disease, they called them leopard. I pointed a finger up and moved it around till I found the nebula. I told them I walked through Babylon, Persia, and Mecca. I talked to bees out their nectar, kings out their treasure. I've been counting ever since I've been walking. I started from forever. I've been writing on stillies inside of caverns where it's misty. Dealt tarot cards to the hands of time. Closed my eyes while the mouth of a cave kissed me. I gave the walls history. Y'all enslaved us all misery. That's why I shaved it off and came back bald, a mystery. I wrote it all on big slabs of lapis. Lazuli, channel vibe to the candle fire. 12 candlesticks, 6 on amethyst. I write my scrolls on a clove of a rose. You see them when they unfold. The untold secret me and the queen bee hold. So when they make the pollen bin, I can communicate with the insect world like King Solomon. I mean solar gems, most wrote of him.
Then I went rogue on them, those who stole my pen. Then I went ice cold as wind. Geminis we roll as twins. When we take the mic, we're the walking life.
The D's raided houses looking for your favorite out of Brooklyn. Africa praises to the bushmen, to the natives in the woodlands. The razors in the juxin, through the mazes of the bullpen. They killed our saviors, re-raised us and made us into hoodlums. Malcolm X became one of the greatest out of the Muslims. Except for this boxer who never went to Oxford, never became a doctor, but got the rings of the chakras. Cassius Clay and Hathaway passed away, saw dimensions. George Benson, could this be a masquerade? Preacher said fast and pray. My mother's not there, but I asked her grave. Tiffany's not here, but her ashes stayed. What words will Prince and Michael Jackson say? I was a boy, now the mirror showed me patches of gray. Then it got black, and I started like tapping into a haze. Dazed, the mirror said your hair looked glazed because that's how much passion you gave. This is what happened, you still rapping. The mirror became my healer when it told me I was a pyramid giver, a gold spitter and a soul filler. I came to slay the Antichrist. Walking life, walking life, walking life. Yeah, it's a prayer.
Now, who were some of your early influences?
Well, the planets, the creator, mythical gods, real ones, people, flowers, everything in nature, inspiration. Musicians get their inspiration really from environmental things, and all musicians are inspiration to me, no matter what style they're playing.
Peace, blessings. It's your brother Knowledge Born Alive here. Royal Priesthood Wednesdays. We got special guests by special request. Y'all asked for. She's back. I wanted her back. We all wanted her back in the building to see what happened at this great debate. Who are the Canaanites? So it becomes an honor and privilege at this time to introduce some to others, a strategic thinker, a motivator and inspirer, a truth seeker and a truth teller, master researcher, and just for the record, off the rip, I'm gonna just tell y'all, she won the debate. I don't care what y'all talking about. You understand what I'm saying? So let's welcome one who's giving us the truth via this new school of thought platform. The reigning champion, Queen Naphtali, is in the building.
Hey, thank you so much. Love the intro. What's good, Knowledge Born? How are you doing tonight?
Most high blessed to you, Queen. Honest to you and your family. I had to, you know what I mean? Get a little recap before they start capping. I want to do a little quick recap before they start capping out there. You understand
what
I'm saying?
I definitely appreciate the support. It's much needed. As always, shout out to you and Killah Priest, and also to the audience, everybody that's out here watching. Thank you all so much for tuning in with us tonight.
Most definitely. So, how does it feel? Like, I know you had a goal, you had an aim, you had an objective, you know what I'm saying? To Most High be the glory for your victory. From my perspective, you understand what I'm saying? Watching, unbiasedly biased, of course, but, how does it feel for you, after it's done? I know you're on to the next, but how does it feel?
It feels great. I've been chasing Ron for a while. For those that don't know, I've been actually, reaching out to Ron for about, I'm about to say 6 years, not necessarily trying to debate him, but really trying to have a conversation with him, because he not only talked about the Canaanites, but he also, felt the importance of knowing who they are. And I didn't want to necessarily have a debate with him. I wanted to, have a conversation with him, to exchange information, exchange notes, which could have been behind the scenes. But, the more as time progressed, and the more I started to see how he, not only continues to teach this information that's incorrect, but it also turned into more of a challenge because, peer to peer, I wanted to know whose information, stood up. And one thing I learned in this debate was how much Ron does not follow the Bible. He is not a Bible believer. He takes information from the Bible. Of course, he uses scriptures, but the thing is that he believes the Bible is plagiarized. He believes that it's not the word of the Most High. And with that mindset, it's very alarming because, I watched his debate that he did with Deacon, and I watched his debate that he had done with another gentleman on on Something Nice with Donano's channel. And one thing I noticed is I was like, wow, Ron doesn't use a lot of scripture in his debates. And so I didn't realize it, how to the extent of how much he, puts down the Bible. And that's one thing I noticed is a lot of these people who say they come in the name of the Most High, they come in the word, always be the ones to really put down the Bible. They diminish it, say it's been altered. How can a autonomous, omnipotent, omniscient being not be able to preserve his word? If he can't even do that, then he definitely is not worth to be worshipped. To say, oh, pick and choose which information that you feel is more suitable, that you think is more desirable or correct, you start to lean more into another understanding, or like I would say, a philosophy. And that philosophy actually is more of a Luciferianism. Not saying that he worships the Bible, the devil, nothing like that. But what that means is you take your authority, how Lucifer is supposed to be deemed as a rebellious, or, seeker of knowledge or truth. And he comes off like he wants to have his own, following, he calls himself Moses. And, but like I said, I don't want to attack him because, like I said, shout out to him for even giving me the debate. Shout out to Something Nice with Donano for setting up the conversation. However, when somebody that puts down the Most High word, that's when I have to come at you, because it's like, the Most High said he's going to preserve his word, and that's exactly what he did. I have to call him out for that.
So after 6 years, y'all finally decide on the format, topic, kind of how was that logistical thing kind of set up for those who may not be familiar with debates at all? Maybe they just watched them and not really, took to heart like what goes into a debate.
Well, yeah, I am not going to say that I've been around as long as a lot of people, but one thing that I do know is that I am in the debate space, and a lot of people know that I really talk about the Canaanites. So a lot of people would reach out to me, Sinetter, a lot of other different people that do debates would reach out to me and say, hey, I got Ron on, won't you come on, won't you have a conversation? I have a mutual, friend who was had him on his channel, and he'll call me up and he said, hey Neff, I want you to come on, I want you to talk with Ron, because people want to get to the bottom of it. People want to put your information up, test your information, and how you do that is by talking with somebody who says that they're as much as knowledgeable about this topic as possible. Now, one thing that I noticed is that Sinetter, for instance, he reached out to me. He had Ron on his channel twice. He told me that he didn't want to talk to me. That was 2 times. And I was like, okay, I waited for him to finish his presentation, and he was allowing people to hit the link and come up. But Sinetter told me that he specifically declined me. Now, I never done anything against him. Only thing I've done is what everybody else does, is hit the link and then ask you a couple of questions about how you feel. And so one of my subscribers had reached out to let me know about Something Nice with Donano's channel. And they told me that Ron was over there and he was teaching on the Canaanites. So shout out to Something Nice with Donano. He actually, reached out to me and said, hey, I want to bring you on and I want to hear you, teach on the Canaanites. And then he is pretty much the reason why we even had the conversation. So shout out to him for that.
So the format that I gathered, I had 3 rounds. I had question and answer. I had time. You know, I know you've debated before.
Mm-hmm.
So what's it really like? For the people who watch it, they're just like, oh yeah, whatever. This and this. So, what's it like for you actually in that ring, going round by round, focusing, getting your stuff together, taking notes, doing all the kind of things that folks got no clue. Like you're prepared, you got all of this you put out there, and then it's like, boom, he said something. You like, oh, I gotta respond to that. Oh, this, that. So, like, where are you in the moment? Can you take us through the moments? In regards to that?
So much information, so little time. I bring a new school of thought, so a lot of the stuff that I talk about, this is probably the first time a lot of those people on that side has ever even heard before. So and I have limited time, so it's like trying to assert myself and I hate to use the woman card, but being a woman, I can come off as too aggressive, or I can come off too humble and meek. You know what I'm saying? So I want to come off, but a lot of people get offended when a woman comes off as, oh, she's not humble. She's not humble. And it's like, no, I have to assert myself because I want to make sure you understand that I feel confident in my information, because confidence is key. If you're not confident in your information, then that means that you are not you don't feel if you don't feel confident in your information, why should anyone believe in what you're saying, right? So that's one key dynamic. The other thing is trying to summarize it and also project it. So I have my visuals together. I have everything that I think would draw the audience in to make their minds start to move. Of course, the Bible, I always tell everybody, is my foundation. How did I come to this conclusion? Now, the thing is that my stance was more biblical in this debate. I usually go a little bit more historically. I had, some people come to me in my comments and say, sometimes, your presentations are a little bit more, detailed. You were really, in the Bible. And that was one of my strategies, because I really thought that this was going to be based off of the Bible. And like I said, I could have brought it, to a whole nother level, but I was just trying to let everybody know that, hey, scripturally, when you review the Canaanites based off of scripture alone, they are not these meek, small, battered people. These people are a very strong, powerful source, and very important. And that's why I have to make sure that people understand the importance. And I'll tell you why once you get into the other question. Why they're important.
I think the contrast was great. Like, I watched people debate, and I also watch battle rap too.
Mm-hmm.
So you hear people as they're presenting, right? No different than a battle rap sort of situation. Right? I'm not liking it, but I'm talking about you put your all into it, right? And,
yes.
And it might sound great. You know what I'm saying? It might sound great to the untrained ear. And then you come say a sentence, and it's like, this last 20 minutes I was listening to what? You understand what I'm saying? Like, these last 20, 30 minutes, I was listening to what? I'm like, so it's like, ooh, everybody like, ooh. And then you like, bow. And I'm like, you understand what I'm saying? And people like, oh, so when you able to do that,
mm-hmm.
From a tactician sort of standpoint, it's it's very glaring and it's clear. Like, so you come in with the fanfare, like, so for all intents and purposes, it appears as if he is a subject matter expert based off of the books and the study and all of the other things that come along with it, right? So it's like, oh, all right, I'm about to have, a great discourse. Then I'm like, I'm hearing stuff, and I'm like, what is this? Like, word? Oh, okay, so this is it. So it's like, when you look at the contrast is these Fugaroid-looking beings versus, these pygmies walking around. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
and then the information goes with the same contrast. I wasn't hip to he doesn't really use the Bible like that. I but after that debate, I'm like, oh, that was kind of the downfall. Like, oh, wait a minute, this is supposed to be a little, different thing. So
Yeah.
you kind of lean in a little too much to. I'm like, all right, so where you at? Like, you know, because then the books come back to haunt you because you wrote these books, right? You
Yeah.
wrote these books and you start talking about our sojourn. You start talking about all of these things. I don't know him personally. And I read some of the books, and like you said, I watched the debates with him and Deacon and some of the other people, and I'm like, all right, this was different though. This was a different set of circumstances when you're dealing with people who don't try to use bravado or slick willy wisdom. You know what I'm saying? Try to slick willy your way around, what it is. It was like very, from my perspective, very tactical, very precise, and very intentional. So I kind of yield right there to, kind of get your take stepping back and looking at the whole thing,
Yeah, looking at the whole thing, like I said, I did, like anyone do, like anybody, you get ready for a debate, you sit down and you actually study them, try to understand their teachings, their understanding, their philosophy. And I noticed, Ron comes off to me more of as a theistic evolutionist, or maybe even an agnostic, right? And with his way that he reviews the Bible. And also, I would review him more as a Catholic. See, a lot of people don't understand that Catholics actually are the number one, the largest demographic of Christians, but they have their own book. They have their own teachings and their own philosophies. And you say, well, how is that so, Naphtali? Well, they have their Bible is called the Latin Vulgate. They don't use the King James, which is based off of the Masoretic text, which is based off of the Dead Sea Scrolls. They have their own individual Bible, which is their own individual religion. And a lot of our people are succumb to their mindset. That's why a lot of our people feel comfortable with evolution, because they believe in evolution. And they also stand tall with this whole philosophy of Canaan's son being cursed, which he was. However, they want to make it seem like he was cursed to be this slave. And that's what a lot of people think. And they always think of Canaan as a slave. And even worse, when you go into further details, he was cursed with either, black skin, or, they all come up with these very intriguing details. He either was raped by his son, or he raped his mom, or what I'm saying. It's like they come up with all this extensive information, like that's not nowhere in the Bible. If you actually read the Bible, the 1611 or the Ethiopian text, you would know that he actually stole his father's garments. Ham stole his father's garments. That's what he did. And these weren't any ordinary garments. These garments were actually the garments that the Most High made for Adam and Eve. And these were some really, really nice garments that were supposed to go down to Shem. Instead, Ham stole the garments. That's why he uncovered his father's nakedness, because his clothes, Noah had the clothing. And guess who he gave this clothing to? He gave it to Nimrod. So that's what that's what it says in the book of Jasher. This whole understanding of all this other stuff is lies. And then when you actually read the Bible even more, you would know that Deuteronomy 7 tells you that they were a greater and mightier nation. They weren't these small. Deuteronomy 7 alone, and also Numbers 13. I kept mentioning Numbers 13. I kept mentioning Deuteronomy 7. He just said no. It's like whatever he wants is what it's not about what you want. It's about what it says. If you're for the Bible, then you have to take what the Bible says. All of it. You can't just pick and choose. You can't just say, oh, I like Genesis 9, where it says that Canaan was cursed to be a servant of servant. And then I like Ezekiel 38. I like that. But you skipped over 26, 27, and 28 of Ezekiel, which talks about Tyrus. And if you guys know who Tyrus is, or Tyre is actually a Phoenician or Canaan. Phoenician just means purple people, and they were Canaanites. And they established Tyre and Sidon, which is where we would say Crete is located, and where Greece is. So that's pretty much, something that I noticed that he was missing out.
So there was a point that you were waiting for me to ask a question about right previous to this. So I want to get to that.
Okay.
The importance of it.
Yes. Why is the Canaanites so important? I've studied on the Canaanites now going on 7 years. The reason why the Canaanites are the most important, besides, of course, the children of Israel, but they're the most important because they're the most preserved outside of history. They're the ones that would actually prove the Bible, okay, because they have the extensive history, and it's also what they have, provided for us today. So what did the Canaanites do? Well, the Canaanites, they're the ones who originated the language that we speak today. The Hittite word for water is the English word for water. The alphabet we utilize today is called the Proto-Sinaitic, which is AKA the Proto-Canaanite. The study of metaphysics. A lot of people like to go into the metaphysics or these different philosophies. That all originated with the Canaanites. When you go into astronomy, astrology, the zodiac signs, the horoscopes, the 360-degree circles, 60 seconds in a minute, all the way to 60 minutes within an hour, you could thank the Canaanites, geometry, maps, and also that good old eye for an eye and 2 for 2, that right there, that's called the Code of Hammurabi. That's actually from an Amorite Canaanite. And all of those things, which goes back to Babylon, are contributed from the Canaanites. And a lot of their historical and of course, when we get into trigonometry, geometry, we get into all of those things, all goes back to the Canaanites, like I said, with our alphabet. So these people not only prove the Bible, but they also provide us information as to where we get the knowledge that we receive today.
It might be the upload.
You trying to upload the video?
All right, let me. I'm gonna call you in 1 second.
All right.
All right.
But yeah,
Yeah,
back.
my bad.
You're good. I was trying to.
Yeah.
I didn't know. What this all. We're back.
Yeah. The thing with the Canaanites, right? So also you taught on it extensively here as well, right? So you did a presentation here. So I was glad to see, something in activation. You know what I mean? Because we could. Everybody looks good shadow boxing, right? Everybody looks great. I got the best jab in the business, like Martin was saying, I got the best jab in the business, and I'm the people's champ, and then, you get punched in the face, next thing you know, you running around for your life for 12 rounds, right? Or 3,
That's right, that's right.
Three in this case, running for your life. So, from an archaeological perspective, all of the evidence and the proofs that you brought out in that regard, that's another space of being substantiating claims that they'd be like, to answer those questions like, well, where are the graves, or where's this and where's that? All of those things. You kind of did a twofer from my perspective in that regard, because they don't really want to give credence to the biblical archaeology that is found, and they go into these places where, they do this, oh, well, you see that over there, you see this over here, the looky-look sort of scholarship in that regard. So I just think that, I think you did a very solid job on both fronts, from a presenter's perspective, a researcher's perspective, but then, standing true on your foundation and then offering additional evidence, as further evidence. So.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, the Bible is a great source for geographical locations. It also, not only is where we get Nineveh, Babylon, Assyria. They use the Bible to find a lot. The archaeologists utilize the Bible to find a lot of locations that we see today. Jerusalem, it gives the coordinates of all these different locations. And for him to say, dismiss the Bible entirely and say, oh, well, that's not where the land is. It's located in South Africa. And it's like, no, that's not what the Bible says. And then the one thing that got me is this too. When I talked to him about, the pygmies and the Khoisan, I told him what they said. They said that I watched them too. I started to study them as well. And one thing that kind of, made me a little, deterred about him was the fact is that he was putting a history on these people that doesn't fit the script. Like I told him, I said, where did you get the kings and queens from? The Canaanites were the ones that the children of Israel, they idolized them to the point where they asked to have a king. They wanted a monarchy. The Israelites didn't have kings. So they got it from the Canaanites. The Pygmies and the Khoisans didn't have that established. Also, the next thing is the cannibalism. I hate to bring it up, but the Canaanites is the reason where you get the word cannibalism. Canaanite Baal-ism is where we get cannibalism from, and also child and human sacrifice. That the Pygmies do not participate in that. His response is, we don't know what they were doing. No. You cannot exactly. They didn't do it then, and they don't do it now. Do not put that on these people. I don't like that.
How do you bring up the people and you say you identify the people, and then you say we don't know what they were doing? That's interesting. Like I'm standing on it and say, hey, we the Israelites, and they're like, well, the Israelites were doing this. You like, we don't know what they were doing. Like, wait a minute.
No.
So just sound from that perspective, I was just like, man, this is bugged out. Things start unraveling. That's Euros will tell you nobody really knows. That's their fail-safe, right? Well, nobody really knows. Nobody? They do that. Like, nobody? We have proof right here. You understand? Well, no one can say for certainty. You can't, just tell me you can't say for certainty.
No, that's when you start to get into your opinion. And you start to type, like I said, I watched them. And, the Khoisan are known for, they're actually called Khoi people. And there's a demographic of them that are called the Norma, Narma. And they are actually in the northern region of Africa. And people who believe in the out of Africa theory, they believe that everybody started from the southern region and went up north. But that's not according to the Bible says that it started in the out of Asia and everybody went into Africa and went south. And that goes with their story. They actually says that they didn't even make those click noises at first. Like they said they didn't do that. And they laughed when I said that. They laughed. They said, what are you talking about? Well, out of their word of mouth, watching their documentaries, they're the ones who said that they didn't originate that. If you don't want to, that's one thing that I say to do. You research what the people say, you research what the information says, and you look at, that's what an investigative researcher does. They don't just take the word, they actually review what the people say on top of what history says, because if you review it, for the longest of time, the Pygmies were actually considered to be subhuman species, to the point where people were actually killing them, hunting them like they were monkeys, and then eating them. Because off of what someone said that they were subhuman species, meaning they weren't human. So they were actually hunting and eating these people. So they were the ones actually participating in cannibalism, okay? But that's how you have to be careful with what you put on people, because they also said that these people loved being in the jungle next to gorillas. Well, it turns out that their land that they owned was taken over, was colonized, and they were pushed further into the jungle. They don't love being next to the gorillas. They were forced to be with the gorillas. So it's just the way. And then, like I said, when you bring that information up to them, they just laugh. And I didn't think that was very appropriate at all. That's not funny to make fun of people like that just because you look down upon them.
Yeah, National Geographic did the job, and they got more mountain and cave than jungle. You know, that's a different sort of space, and I know that even that clique is relegated to a certain group of people, not the whole region of Tanzania. If you looked at South Africa, you know, it's not the whole region. It's localized. You know what I mean? Like, everybody has their own, you know, sort of space in regards to how they communicate over there. It'd be like everybody on the continent speaks one language. That doesn't work like that. It's many tribes and nations, right? There's relationship when we start looking at culture and customs and courtesy and tradition. We might find through line and similarity. So if cultural expression is nuance, why wouldn't language be? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, so to even do that, you know, I was going to give an example, but I want to go back real quick to the Catholic Church, because you mentioned it a couple of times since you've been here, and I'm waiting for the purveyor of, you know, this whole situation with evolution and how this kind of ties in, and how you see it from the perspective of leading authority in regards to scientific thought, right? You know, you said atheist, you said agnostic, and then evolution, and you tie these kind of minds sort of together, and then now this authoritative sort of Vatican approach to monopolizing, either representing or misrepresenting information.
Well, I actually prepared a slide for you. I got a couple of them prepared. So depending on where the conversation goes, I'm prepared. Like I said, I like to bring information. I don't like to just say things. I like to actually I like to share sources. And then I like to have conversations about how people feel about what I'm sharing. So, you know, you're not going to agree with everything everybody says, but you do have to have some information to stand by what you say when you bring up something that it's not very mainstream. How about that? So let me go ahead and present this to you. 1 second. Oh, I forgot to share my screen. 1 second. All right. So yeah, I brought up the Catholic Church. A lot of people don't know this, but the Catholic Church, here go my source here. I had this made up right here. So if anybody understands that the Bible, if you believe in the Bible, you understand, and I have to say the Bible because remember, the Catholic Church does not utilize the Masoretic text or the Dead Sea Scrolls or what we call the King James. They utilize the Latin Vulgate, and they are actually called Babylonian because of their, you know, stance. So they say faith in science and harmony. The Catholic Church accepts evolution. For decades, the Catholic Church has affirmed that evolution is compatible with Christian faith. Now, if anybody knows the Catholic, I mean, you understand the, you know, Genesis 1, Genesis 2, it does not say anything about life coming out of the water, apes coming from man, all this stuff, and, you know, different things like that. That goes against the biblical narrative. But when you see here all these different popes, Pope Pius the 12th, it says, officially permitted Catholic scholars and scientists to study evolution regarding the physical origin of the human body, provided that God is recognized as the creator. It says that Pope John Paul II, it says, in a message to the Pontifical Academy of Sciences, Pope John Paul II went a step further, stating that evolution was more than a hypothesis due to converging evidence across geology, genetics, and paleontology. And then 2014, Pope Francis reaffirmed this stance. Evolution is not nature, it's inconsistent with the notion of creation because evolution requires the creation of beings that evolve. So they actually teach this in the Catholic Church about evolution. Did you have anything you wanted to ask me about this right here, this source?
I'm waiting for the whole rollout. I just wanted to, kind of let them know, like, hey, look, we, this is a thing to look at because again, I just strictly from an onlooker perspective, I'm thinking these are you and Ron are both, biblically centered, biblically foundational. So you're gonna have a discourse in regards to whatever this point of contention is going to be evidence based, and but it's still going to be foundational, in regards to what the foundations are, right? And then you get into a situation like, like we saw with plenty of examples. You gave a great one, right? But then thinking about the church, right? The church. So you're thinking, you already have a connotation of something that would be religious, right? If you don't know anything. And then you go into the place and, it's everything but, right? It's everything but. So this whole, place in regards to what it is, it's like you're shown something and you have an idea or, an assumption about it. And then upon further investigation, you find out that this is not it. So they have the church like I don't want to be disingenuous to the Scientologists, but there's a bunch of lawyers in there, right? Yeah. So you like the church of Scientology, it's like, all right, you think you're about to deal with some church folks, now you're about to deal with a bunch of lawyers. You understand what I'm saying? So that's a different kind of thing to where you're like, okay, the Catholic Church, and then historically looking at the Catholic Church, and then you see, okay, this is a whole nother situation that's there. So you're bringing out information, again, like you said, new school of thought. People may not have attached that kind of way of thinking to church and then Catholic Church, right? They got the Pope, for Christ's sakes, right? They got the vicar.
Well, you gotta
understand, the vicar of Christ.
You got to understand where the Catholic Church derived from. It was Babylon, right? The Catholic Church was Babylonian, and they ended up converting over to what they call Christianity. And but the thing is, they never fully they never got rid of the, what they call, excuse me, I got this on here. What they call paganism. See, that's the word, is paganism is AKA Babylonianism, okay? It's the same thing. It's just more of a modern term. Babylonianism is the ancient term, but paganism is the modern term. So people who tend to be more pagan are still following in those Babylonian ways, as the Romans were previously. And so the Romans, when you read the Ostrahasis, the Iridu-Genesis, you read all these different texts, they always talk about the gods coming down and creating humans from a primordial soup, a salty soup. And they also said that they created them from apes. So they just got a little bit more clever in the way that they disguise it. They classify it now as science. But the thing is, the Catholic Church never really fully left out of their Babylonian ways. They're still the same, and they have their own individual Bible, and they still are upholding evolution. See, people think evolution is just based off of science, and it's not, because it's not backed by science. It's backed off of what the Babylonians believed previously, and the Catholic Church still co-signs it, because that's based off of their origin story that they've been having for thousands of years.
You also said that there was a couple of things that you wanted to include, in your presentation. but you didn't get opportunity to as well. I wanted to touch on those things if we could.
Yes, guys. Like I said, it's so much, so little time when you're presenting in a debate. So I thought the conversation would have gotten. I had some slides prepared, but like I said, it's all about where he goes. So he was really back. He was really focused on DNA and mixing the Israelites with the Canaanites. And I kept telling him and reiterating that Ezra 10, they had to get rid of the daughters and the children, get rid of that. They were commanded not to mix. Why do you keep mentioning them mixing? And just because, okay, let's make sure we emphasize this. Just because somebody says they're in the in the land of Canaan, or a woman of Canaan, does not mean that she was an actual Canaanite. That just meant that she was in that land. Okay, that's like how we are American. That just means that we're like Ruth the Moabite, for instance. She was somebody who was in the land of Moab. That doesn't mean that she was a Moabite. So what that means is that if you see somebody that appears to be a Canaanite, you know what I'm saying? So that's why it takes people to do a little bit more.
That's two worlds right there. Just with that, right? They were like, oh, she was a Moabite. Oh, no, she was an Israelite. Like, that's
yeah.
I know the camp's very deep with that one right there. They
tell you that she was a Moabite, but the thing is, that's just the name of the land that she was in. Okay, we have to make sure we emphasize that. So Ruth was in Moab, and that means that she was a Moabite, but that doesn't mean her lineage was a Moabite, because she just was called that. And that's something that we also have to understand with the Canaanites. Canaan is the land, and so they would be called Canaanites. And also those same Canaanites went up to the land of Greece, what we call Greece today, and they lived in that area, in that land, and that's why you see them being labeled as Greeks. Technically, they are Greeks because they were in that land, but their lineage and genetically they were Canaanites. And that's something that I'm trying to bring out more, when I tell everybody the Greeks are not, the so-called Hellenized Greeks are not Greeks. They're actual Canaanites. I know it's a lot. So I'm trying to take baby steps and get people to that point. But the first step is trying to get people to understand that the Canaanites weren't slaves and servants. Okay, so I got something prepared for you all. I told you it was some things I wanted to bring out. So I got a clip I want you guys to listen to really quickly, because a lot of the Christian evangelicals are actually, they're doing a good job of bringing this information. I was like, hey, is he listening to me? His information sounded so close to mine. I was like, is he watching me? But Gilbert,
he might be.
You know what? You never know. But let me go ahead and share this, because he was talking. I was like, he sounded like me a little bit. But when you read the Bible and you actually, research history, you have to come to this conclusion if you really, truly are about the truth, right? That's just what it's all about. So let me go ahead and share this clip with you guys really quickly. Let me see. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's get ready to play this.
Got to share the audio. Yeah, the audio's not playing.
Can you hear the audio?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay. Okay, let me leave out and come back in. 1 second. Let me see what the problem is. All right, so this guy here named is Gilbert House. He is a Christian evangelical apologist. He teaches on historical references as well as the Bible. So what he's going to do is he's going to teach us a little bit about, we don't have to watch this entirely, but we're going to check out what he says about the Canaanites, which is, different than what has been taught to us about the Canaanites, like I said. So a lot of people are waking up. I'm trying to stop my screen 1 second. Okay, there we go. Let me go in here. Okay, let's try it again. Pushing the wrong button. Share my screen. Okay. So I got the tab where it says to share the audio. So hopefully you guys can hear it this time. Okay, there it is. Okay, let's try it again. All right, so what's getting ready to happen is he's going to say just 5 things you should know about the Amorites. So he specifically are talking about the Amorites. And this was a clip that right here will let you know that the Amorites were not these small, little bitty, pygmy, weak people. They weren't, they were very powerful, and they established big empires, okay, historically. So let's go ahead and look at this. Can you hear it now?
No.
No? Why? I don't know why you can't hear it. That's strange. All right, 1 second.
Maybe it's a me thing. Can you try it again? If they can hear it, that's fine. Then
I'm gonna play it from my phone, the sound, and I'm just gonna play the video so you can see it. Okay? I think that'll work good. Let me try it again because I don't know why it's doing it. 1 second. 1 second. Okay, hold on. Let me share my screen.
I could tell you somebody, mama gonna figure it out. Okay.
You know, when you lie, this is when everything wants to give you the hardest of times,
Mm-hmm.
Second, I gotta.
That was something in the debate too. Like I was like, these folks they don't want the truth, so they, it was a couple of times where the screen wasn't popping up and then it wasn't happening. It was. I don't even want to get started on the picture scholarship that was going on.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, you ain't need no slides for that. Like I'm like, what was the point of the slides? So I was like, all right.
Okay, let me try this again because it's not picking up my. Hold on. All right, there we go. Can you see my screen now?
Yes.
All right, I'm getting ready to play the audio here. Let's go.
Share just 5 things you should know about the Amorites. They ruled the entire Middle East during the age of the patriarchs, between about 2000 BC and about 1500 BC. Most of the land between the Persian Gulf and the Mediterranean Sea was under the rule of Amorite kingdoms. The Amorites founded Babylon.
So
and
this
its
isn't
cult
sharing
system.
again? Now that's
It grew
weird.
from a small city-state in around 1894 BC to an empire under Hammurabi the Great.
All right. I don't know why it's not sharing it was just sharing the image. Come on, thing. Okay.
Maybe you have to hit it the other tab or something like that. Maybe.
That is so weird that it's not sharing. I haven't done anything different than I did a second ago. But
yeah,
okay.
It's sharing the screen like you're sharing this screen instead of the screen.
Yeah, let me try it again. Window. All right, let's try it again. We're going to get it together, guys. All right.
There it is.
It's working now? Okay, perfect. Let's try this again.
I'm Derek Gilbert in the Big Red Chair with just 5 things you should know about the Amorites. They rule.
All right, let's try it now.
Just 5 things you
Eric
should
Gilbert in the
know
Big Red Chair
about
with
the
just
Anarchy.
5 things you should
They were
know
probably
about the Amorites.
I'm sorry. I'm just messing up, guys. Forgive me. Get the right video. No, that's the Anarchy.
The sound is working.
I'm Derek
now, so
Gilbert in the Big Red Chair with just 5 things you should know about the Amorites.
I'm Derek Gilbert in the Big
The
Red
entire
Chair
Middle
with
East
just
during the
5
age of the
things you should
patriarchs.
know
Between
about
about
the
2000
Amorites.
BC and about
They
1500
ruled the entire Middle East
Most of
during
the
the
land
age of the
between the Persian
patriarchs.
Gulf and the
Between
Mediterranean
about
Sea
2000
was under
BC
the
and
rule
about
of the Amorite
1500
kingdoms.
BC. Most
The
of the land
Amorites
between the
founded
Persian
Babylon
Gulf and the
and its
Mediterranean
occult
Sea
system.
was under the
They
rule
grew
of
from a small
Amorite
city
kingdoms.
state in around
The
1894
Amorites
BC
founded Babylon
to
under
an empire
its
under Hammurabi the Great between
They
about
grew from a small
1792
city-state in
and
around
1750
1894
BC,
BC
roughly
to an
the time of
empire
Abraham.
under Hammurabi the Great
The
between about
Canaanites were
1792
Amorites.
and 1750
Canaanite is
BC,
just a
roughly
geographic
the time.
designation. In the same way that I'm a Chicagoan because I was born there, but that's not my ethnicity. The Canaanites of Lebanon became known as the Phoenicians in the first millennium BC. They established a seafaring empire in the Mediterranean that circled the continent of Africa, stretched as far as Britain, and nearly defeated Rome. The Amorites were infamous for child sacrifice. As worshippers of Molech and his Phoenician equivalent Baal Haman, the Phoenicians, Amorites, Canaanites were known to the Greeks, the Romans, the Egyptians, and the Hebrews for sacrificing their children to try to gain favor with the gods. The evil of the Amorites was...
All right. So hopefully did you guys hear that? Did that come through good?
Yes. Yeah. The sound on the screen was actually playing.
Why did it play that time? That is so weird. I promise you guys, it's giving me a hard time for no reason. Okay, it was actually playing. Anyway, let's get into the next part. That was just supposed to have been just something really quick. So anyway, let's talk about the Amorites really quickly. All right, let me present this to you guys. It's pretty interesting how it wanted to play.
Right.
You got my screen? Okay, cool.
Gotcha.
Go ahead and present this for you. All right. Now, I said that there were some things that I wanted to talk about. I talked about the Catholic Bible with you guys. So let's talk about the Amorites. So this is a big deal. So this is something that Ron brought up he talked about Og of Bashan, right? So Og of Bashan is a giant in the Bible, okay? It tells us in, let's see, Deuteronomy 3:13, all Bashan being called the land of giants. So right there lets us know that he was in the land of giants, Bashan, 3:13. And then Deuteronomy 3:11, for only Og, king of Bashan, remained of the remnant of the giants. Behold, his bedstead was a bedstead of iron. So right there lets you know in Deuteronomy 3:11 that he was a giant. He was the remnant of the giants. And he brought this out. Now, what does it say about him? It says in Deuteronomy 3:8, and we took out of the hand of the 2 kings of the Amorites, Sihon, king of Heshbon, and Og, king of Bashan. So right there lets us know that Og was an Amorite. He was the king of the Not only was he an Amorite, but he was a king of the Amorites. And guess what? He was also a giant. It says here, what ye, Joshua 2:10, what ye did unto the 2 kings of the Amorites, what were on the other side of Jordan, Sihon and Og. He's mentioned there again, the king of the Amorites, meaning he was an Amorite king who was a giant. So Joshua 9:10, the 2 kings of the Amorites that were beyond Jordan, Sihon, king of Heshbon, Og, king of Bashan. Again, he's mentioned there again. In Joshua 24:8, ye dwelt in the land of the Amorites, then I brought you over Jordan and I destroyed them before you. So the land of Bashan is the land of the Amorites, and the king of the Amorites was Og, and Og was a what? He was a giant, and it tells us, Genesis 14:5, they smote the Rephaim and Ashtaroth Karnaim. So it's letting us know that the Rephaim and the giants all go hand in hand with who? King Og of Bashan. Now, this was a conversation that I had with Ron. He actually brought them up, and I told him, I said, Og was an Amorite. He was a Canaanite. So what's the big deal about this? The big deal about this is that they definitely weren't tiny, small pygmies. And the next thing is it lets us know that they were mixing with who? The fallen angels. They were mixing with the fallen angels because that's where we get the Raphaim. That's where we get the giants. And a lot of people say, we're leaving comments and they were like, oh, well, she's into fairy tales. No, this isn't fairy tales. Okay, let's keep going. Take a look at this skull here. Okay, this skull here is actually a Paracas Peruvian skull. This skull is actually found in Paracas, Peru. If you guys watch any of my videos, I talk about the Paracas Peruvian people. Now, the skull of this person is elongated and it's pretty massive. It's almost considering, it can, depending on which one they grab, they can almost be twice the size of a regular human skull. So the thing is, these skeletal remains, people, and I strongly agree with them, say that these are the offspring of those giants, or what we would call the Nephilim. Now, so let's talk about these Paracas skulls. These famous Paracas skulls were found in Peru, continue to spark one of the wild controversies in ancient history and biblical archaeology. It says, here are 3 mind-blowing facts about these mysterious elongated skulls. Now, it says, ancient transoceanic connections. Preliminary genetic testing on some of the Paracas samples revealed mtDNA, maternal DNA, tied to Nestor, Eurasia, and Middle East, raising major questions about how these genetic lines ended up in ancient South America thousands of years ago. Now, we all were taught 1492, Columbus sailed the ocean blue, and that's when the the Europeans first came to the Americas, but that's not true, because here we have these skeletons which have done genetic testing, and they have not only European DNA, but they also have Middle Eastern DNA. And it also says the physical anomalies beyond cradle boarding. So they always want to say it's cradle boarding or cranial deformation, which alters the shape. It says researchers noted that many Paracas skulls also feature up to 25% more cranial volume and significantly heavier mass than normal human skulls. So when we think about it like this, okay, not only is it 25% more mass, meaning is greater, the volume of it is larger, but it also is heavier than a regular human skull. So if you were to take your head and you were to bind it, like they want to say a baby's head, and do the cradle boarding and all that kind of stuff, it shouldn't make your head larger. Okay, it will, make it more narrow, and make the jaw bigger. I mean, look at the jaw of this look at the jaw on this creature, and look at how big this skull is. Now, it says in 3, the Nephilim in Genesis 6 connection. So it says, from biblical perspective, many researchers and theologians connect these physical anomalies and non-native genetics lines to the ancient post-flood migrations of the Nephilim. The offspring described in Genesis 6, 1-4, could these burial sites mark the scattered traces of ancient non-canonical lineages. So one thing that's the scripture that I brought up when I brought up Og, it talks about them being of the Raphaim. It talks about them being giants. And what this proves, and this is something that I was trying to showcase that I didn't really get into, was how the Canaanites were the ones who mixed with the fallen. Okay. And and right here, we can see this skull here is an example of what they created, because this is, like I said, this is a huge giant elongated skull. People usually have to take about 2 hands to carry these skulls. Now, when we look here at Akhenaten, he was said to have had a elongated skull. Okay, and he was a pharaoh in Egypt, so he very well could have been a descendant of the Nephilim himself. And like I said, the ancient DNA results right here. So the Paracas Peruvian skeletons have 37% European, 28% Middle Eastern, 20% Native American, 10% Africa, and 5% other unassigned, and many of these different skulls that were found. Now this here is the tomb of Nebamun in ancient Egypt. And they have some with a bit of an elongated or regular skull head. And then we have some here with the cone-shaped heads here. So this was the 18th dynasty in Egypt. And could these be people who actually had the elongated skulls? Yeah, naturally. This is naturally. This wasn't done, the cradle boarding. And this is exactly why they did the cradle boarding. They did the cradle boarding or the cranial deformation because they wanted to be like these Nephilim, these, the offspring. They wanted to look like them. Where did they get the idea from to take their heads and, to make them more narrow or elongated? Is because they were trying to mimic what these people look like. Okay, these right here we have a Mayan noble figure in the Paracas, Peru, and look, his head here is elongated. Okay, and this is a Canaanite custom right here. And not only, see, that's the other thing. See, the Canaanites are the ones who had the ziggurats, correct? The ziggurats are known from the Canaanites. And where do you see the ziggurats primarily found? There's tons of the ziggurats found in Paracas, Peru. They're also found in the Americas, South America, all throughout that region. You will find ziggurats. You also find ziggurats located in Europe, and then there's also some, of course, in Iran and Iraq. But the Canaanites are known to have these ziggurats. So, and the reason why they have the ziggurats is because this is how they worship their God. Okay. Now, this is also, again, another image of them on the walls of Egypt, the tomb of Nebamun. I don't know how to say it. Nebamun, is that how you say it? And so these are showcasing the elongated skull, and these are the representations of who? The offspring. And who were the ones that the Bible says? See, again, the Bible is the foundation. It gives us the backstory. And then we read a little bit more information, and we see that, hey, this was taking place not only in Paracas, Peru, you also see it in on the walls of Egypt. And they also say that they had the DNA of Middle Easterners as well as Europeans. Now, the major point of this is that the Canaanites in Genesis 10:18 were said to have spread abroad. They're the ones who spread abroad. So they weren't just located in located in what they consider to be the Middle East. They spread it everywhere. And that's why we see them, them located in what we call the Americas. So here's another skull. This is another Paracas elongated skull here. Look at how, a regular skull will stop about here, human skull, and then again that jawline, I mean, goodness, and then it protrudes out, like they said, just because you cradle board your head or you do cranial deformation does not mean it's going to extend the size, okay, the mass and the volume. So that's something that I wanted to showcase to you guys really quickly that I wish I could have brought into my presentation. You have any questions? Anybody in the chat have any questions?
I think the evolutionists, you gotta trust the science, yo. You gotta trust the science.
The evolutionists out there?
They'll be out there saying that proves evolution, right? Through natural selection. They had these elongated skulls and we don't have them anymore. So evidently that meant something. What do you think about that perspective? Somebody striving to use that? as a
What?
rationale for evolution.
That's not a that usually there's no links, and this is the other thing. This is what a lot of evolution pseudo racist scientists would say is the larger the brain, the skull means they had more of a brain, meaning that they were smarter and more intelligent. So evolution means that we're supposed to be on an incline, not a decline. So why would we lose that? What would be the reason? And I would like for that person to expound to me if that was a key feature of surviving and having more knowledge, being more, stronger. Why would evolution? Wouldn't that be the example of the opposite of us declining, de-evolution? Why would that be us evolving? It means we would be de-evolving. We would be getting weaker. These people were much more stronger. It's obvious their skulls, their mass in their cranium, the brain size. They like to say the bigger the brain means the more knowledge, even though that's been proven to be debunked. But if you believe in that, then please, I'm listening. I'm listening. You said the women grow long necks too. Well, that's what the sons of Anak. The sons of Anak means long neck. Anak means long necks. The long necks. And Anak is a Raphaim, which is nothing but a Nephilim again. So yes, they also had long necks. Okay. And what somebody says, the Conehead movies, they all know. Hey, if you all watch my video I did on here, I actually broke down the Coneheads. That was a fun video. I had fun with that. You said, Naphtali, who are you saying the Canaanites are? Well,
you late, Asharim Khan. That's what happened. You late. That's what happened.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. You gotta know. I gotta teach you guys. So the Canaanites, like we said, I'm
only bothering him because I know him,
hey, I have a nice series where I break all this down. Like I said, you can't just teach this stuff in and out. Okay, you have to really do more studying and researching. But based off of research and analysis of DNA and all that, it comes from the Europeans, Native American, Hispanics, people and Asians, and Arabs. Okay, so you have to look at their DNA and how in their history that links to these people. So, like I said, with the elongated skulls, think about the Greek mythology, right? Greek mythology, the word mythology, see, our parents had done us a disservice. I don't know about you, knowledge born, but did your parents used to tell you couldn't use the word lie? So you had to say you're telling a story. You couldn't tell nobody that they were a liar. You had to say you're telling a story, you're telling a myth, you're telling a tale. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, that's you can't call nobody a liar. So you say things like that. But the word myth does not mean a lie. I mean, I couldn't believe it either. But when you actually research mythology, what that word really means is just legend. And when you research the Greek mythology, which is actually Phoenician Canaanite mythology, yes. When you research that, and I talked about this in my debate, and also I will be doing a breakdown on this one soon. Hopefully I can and I gotta tell you guys, I got a hacker, guys. I got a stalker. But I'm gonna talk to you guys about that too in a second.
Oh God.
Yes. And I got my Cash App here for a reason. I'm just gonna say this to you guys. 3 days before my debate with Ron, my laptop crashed. And not only did it crash, my whole operating system was wiped clean off of my laptop. Now, some people would say, well, that's because your laptop's old, or maybe you got a virus. And you know what? I probably would have said that before I had my other issues that I've been having. I don't complain. I don't really, that's not my thing is to complain. But a while back, I do presentations and I was using PowerPoint. And my PowerPoint got hacked to the point where all my presentations were deleted off. Like I have none on there. I had none. And I was like, wow, I would try to, I would do a presentation at one point. This is at the beginning. I would put my presentation together and then I'll set my live up. And then boom, when I get ready to go live, my presentation was deleted. And I was like, what? what do you mean? It says it'll be there, but it won't be there. It was weird. So I said, man, this laptop is just acting up. So I said, what's going on? So one day I woke up and I started to review my history. So because I started to get more aware and concerned, like something's not right here. This is becoming a little suspicious, right? So I started to look at my history, and it showed me the last time I was logged into my computer was at 3 something in the morning. Now, mind you, I was in the bed at 9-10 o'clock.
Right.
Nobody, and my laptop is in my room. My kids didn't have it. My husband sleep. We both sleep. So who's messing with it? And it says last activity. So I said, wow, somebody's in my my stuff. So it got to the point where my whole, and then I got like a message. I was about to go on Sinetta's channel. This is a while back, and I did a presentation on evolution. And for some reason, PowerPoint reached out to me and they said, "Are you sure you want to share this?" And I was like, "Why do you know what I'm about to share? This is supposed to be my business. How do you know what I'm doing? Do you want to get this peer reviewed?" I was like, no, this is mine. How do you know what the heck I'm doing? I thought that was pretty. But again, I was just I was just up in the air. I wasn't really paying attention. But like I said, that was at the beginning. And then I started to get suspicious and I started to Google stuff. And I realized that, hey, somebody hacked into my PowerPoint. So I said, okay, so I stopped using PowerPoint. How about that? Like, as you see now, that what I'm using now is not PowerPoint, and I'm not saying what I use. But I ended up switching over and I ended up doing a sweet clean on my laptop, and I put on some antiviral, and I did a lot of stuff to try to lock it up. Right. Next thing I know, like I said, 3 days before I'm getting ready to go live, my whole laptop is wiped clean. Now, it didn't crash my system. My laptop didn't die. My laptop was actually fine. It was healthy because I ran a scan on it. It was healthy. It's just my operating system was completely deleted. So everything I had, all my hard work, all my research for years, completely wiped clean off my laptop. And I was really like nervous. I was like, God, I got this debate coming up. What am I going to do? I don't have a laptop, and I didn't have the money to go out and afford one at this time. So my husband and I went to a library, and they actually had like a little studio. And I said, okay, I'm not going to not do my presentation, but I'll just do it in this library. Well, it ended up, I found, some help, and they actually downloaded an operating system on my laptop, and I got a brand new operating system. So everything is back up and running, but I'm still at the, my laptop is still vulnerable because they still have access to it. So what's stopping them? I think, when I Googled it, it said, they can still, do it again. So, I'm always fearful that, hey, someone at any moment in time can just come in and just, they said, oh, but don't open up emails, or don't do this or don't do that, because they can just, they can be phishing, they can do this, they can do that. And it's like, okay. So what I'm doing is, if anybody, if you have it in your heart, if you can, I know it's not the best of times, but you can send your girl a Cash App to try to help her get a new laptop to be able to start clean, start over fresh, because this one, 1 second. And I need you to approve this message I'm going to drop in the chat. For people to, send your girl a Cash App to help me to, afford a new laptop, one that I can actually have that's updated and more secure. I don't have to worry about it being hacked, because I know I'm speaking a lot of information that's not very, a lot of people don't really like it, but it's okay. But, like I said, I've been compromised a few times, and, like I said, they completely wiped clean my laptop, and I had to download a whole new operating system. So that's why you see me today. I didn't give up. I didn't, I'm trying to, stay within this, because I got other stuff going on in my life. You know what I'm saying? The last thing I need to do is try to afford to buy another computer, but I don't want to stop preaching and teaching, not necessarily preaching, but sharing this information, because unlike other people, I really do want people to know the truth. I'm not a gatekeeper. You know, a lot of people get offended by the information that I share to the point where it has gotten to the links of, you know, my laptop. You know, like I said, they're actually telling me, "Are you sure you want to share this information?" I thought this was private. How do you see what I'm doing, PowerPoint? So I said, you know what? I won't use PowerPoint anymore. You know, so you know, hey, it's cool. So you said Microsoft updates. Updates are often malware. You know what? That could have been. You said I really did have fun sharing with you all. My run is over. Everybody's life has a time shine. I'm not sure what that person's saying. You said you don't need a laptop if you've been studying. Well, you got to be able to reach the people.
When I'm telling you, though, you start reading this chat, you'll be in another rabbit hole. Okay, so
People, hey, look, if you feel as though that you want to support your sister, that's fine.
Is that it? That's correct.
That's it right there. Thank you. I mean, yes, you said.
So the mods, you know, please copy that and put it.
Somebody says, "What is Killah Priest doing here?" What does that mean?
See, that's what I mean. You go down the rabbit holes listening to people.
Hmm?
Ain't no telling. You know, everybody in their own world over here. So.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I just wanted to know. But anyway, but somebody says you must protect your privacy when you're on the. Yeah, I'm not worried about and thank you, Ben Frank. You said cover the camera with duct tape. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. It's not even about it's about deleting my information and start, you know what I'm saying?
Because these everything is cloud based. Like we used to have, you know, the disk readers, right? So if we could uninstall a program and then, you know, put the CD in and reinstall it. So everything's so cloud based and so, you know, internet based. Anybody, it's not far fetched to say that, you know, because you know, somebody can take you out of a program, especially off of Microsoft. You know, they can take you out of a program. They can hack it and change permissions and something that you paid for, you don't have access to. No different than YouTube, any of these other things that we rely heavily on, you know, in regards to that. So it's definitely not far fetched. And the pedigree of those some of those folks that are running around here, you know.
And people say that, you know, I don't have to. Let me say this. I don't, you know, laptop is a way of communicating, not necessarily laptop, but just a computer. Machines are the way that we communicate, right? So the thing is that I do presentations and I want to be able to share information with people. And how we do that is by utilizing, you know, laptops and computers. Now, with Ron Dalton, I would have loved to do a face-to-face head-on, you know, debate with him. I don't have to be online. We could do it in person, you know, with anybody. You know, anybody, we can have these conversations. A lot of people really wanted me to do, you know, wanted to set it up, you know, in person, but Ron's all the way out in South Africa. So, you know, in order for us to, you know, we all had to get the time together. It had to be early because 11 a.m. It's 6 or 7 p.m. there. So, you know, it's a, you know, difference of time. And so, you know, we all, if we want to communicate with people all the way over there in another continent, then yes, you do need a machine. So, you know, people people are interested in the chat, but you know, it's all about, you know, you down. Well, thank you, Aurora's. I definitely appreciate it. And those of you that don't have it to donate, that's okay. But if you can just come on over to my channel and like, share, and subscribe, that's another way of supporting me. You know, it's just the thing is, you know, when you're in this, you know that there's going to be some foul play, and like I said, it, you know, it's just, it is what it is.
You know, you're dealing with the truth right there, you know, people going that far.
But somebody has said something, so let me see here. I want to make sure Why are all the female? Where are all the female angels? Okay, female angels. They're called nymphs. Nymphs. Yes, nymphs. So when you look at Greek mythology, a lot of the men were actually taken and being, graped by the nymphs. So they were called. That's where you get the word nymphomaniac from. So a nymph is a female. So they were also doing things to the males and creating offspring too. And that's all in the myth. That's why I was talking to you guys about mythology, because mythology doesn't mean that it's a myth. It's like a legend, something legendary. So people say a legend, a tale. We all automatically think of something like, like it's folklore or like it's fake, fiction. And somebody that's legendary, like a Muhammad Ali, say he's legendary. That's what a legend means. Somebody that's iconic. So these stories are legendary. They're important. That's why they make sure that you're taught this in school. If they're not going to teach you stuff that's not real, they just made a whole movie on the Odyssey. Right. So just give me 1 second. It's not a fantasy story. See, that's the way that they get you to put you to sleep, is to make you think that it's a fantasy. That's one thing Ron was talking about. He mentioned the word unicorn. Unicorn, before it became Disney, it meant a one-horned animal, like a rhino. So a unicorn was actually like a rhinoceros. People think of the word dragons. Dragon, before the 1800s, there was no dinosaur word for dinosaur. Okay, that word did not exist. So what the word everybody had was dragon. Somebody came in and changed it to dinosaur. So before then, yes, they utilized the word dragon. So the King James was 1611. So you're going to see dragon in there because dinosaur is a new word, relatively. Now, when people say, oh, well, dinosaurs are millions and millions of years old. Well, when you look at the, don't let me pull out all my sources of images in India, people in China, people, all these images of people standing with these long neck, beasts that look and resemble like Bronchiosaurus and all these different, dinosaurs. You have to take your mind. They want you to think that it's all fiction and fairy tales, but it's actually legendary and it's historic. And then somebody sent me $20. Oh, bless your heart.
Hey, bless them. Okay,
let me. I don't know if they want me to say their name, but thank you so much. Oh, thank you so much. I truly appreciate you. You just don't know anything. It's going to definitely help. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you said nymphs are the minor female nature deities or spirits from the ancient Greek mythology and folklore. That's what they called them. But you said unicorns 9 times in the Old Testament. Unicorn just means one-horned animal. Before they took the word and expanded it, so you got to understand these unicorns were not these mystical. They just meant rhino. You got to understand dragon meant, a large reptile. That's all it was. Before we got the word reptile, before we got the word dinosaur. Okay, remember the Bible is older, and these words have evolved into many different meanings and understanding. So we have to ground ourselves. But thank you so much, Aurora. Thank you.
So since the debate, what are the people saying to you? What are you hearing? What's in the air? Have you and Ron spoke since that?
Oh, well, if you guys watched to the end, I know it's a 5-hour long debate. I will no longer be going on Something Nice with the Nanos channel. Unfortunately, he was a bit rude. And I didn't appreciate that. When you have a guest coming on, and it's also a build-up. The whole, I would say the word dismissive. let's just say disregard, dismissive. It's a lot of that. And it's just unfortunate how it ended. I just, it got to the point where I just felt disrespected, and I said to myself, I just left. I was in the middle of talking. Ron, for the longest had many opportunities of speaking, right? He even called me a liar, okay, which is okay. I mean, gloves off, I'm ready. But when it was my turn to, to talk, he cut me right off and said, all right, and then went straight to Ron, and that's, when you're conducting and having, I mean, it happened several times. How about that? And I just excused myself. It's like, this is your platform. Let me allow you to have your platform. Thank you so much for allowing me to come on, and you have a good day. But for the most part, I didn't like the way he handled the debate. And Ron, to be number one, never talked to me. Never. When I reached out to Ron, never really responded. We had a quick conversation. He probably said more than 2 words. I thanked him. I said, hi, Ron, how are you doing? Nice to meet you. He just was like, yeah, like, come on, let's get to this. Let's go. Like, let me get this girl off, get this girl away from me. It's pretty much, which is okay. Like I said, but it wasn't like, it just felt more personal than it was business.
Right.
And it just was like, you know what? You get to the point where, you just know people don't want you around. And that's why I just left. It wasn't my feelings weren't hurt. I just was like, let me leave people alone. You practically kicked me off the stage, in the middle of talking. And while I'm in the middle of talking, you pretty much was like, oh, shut up. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And then said, Ron, go on and talk. Didn't even give me a chance to even respond. I mean, finish after you pretty much put me in the back. I mean, I've been kicked off many times on people's shows. That's normal. But the thing is, okay, so the thing is that, we have shows and we have to move people in the back, right? I had to move people in the back on my show. It happens. But the thing is that we're supposed to be having a actual intellectual debate. And when I dealt with him, now Ron was not rude at all. Ron is cool. I actually like Ron, even though we probably said about 5 words to each other. Ron is okay. But the other gentleman, I was getting some vibes that he was really, he was really kind of rude, and he was pretty rude. That's all. Like, I don't want to talk bad, but he was pretty rude, and people was letting them know in the chat. Shout out to them. Thank you for having my back.
So, if you could say 2 things that you learned from this experience, with this, this particular, not necessarily the platform, but the format, whatever the case may be, what were 2 takeaways that you got from that experience?
Oh, definitely. One thing that I got, I did go back and I did review some of the, information, comments that people were sharing. And one thing I noticed is nobody didn't say that he got me. Okay. One thing, now people might not agree with me, but they couldn't say that he got me. Okay. Only thing they can say is that, talk about my just more personal attacks. Let's talk about the information. And one thing that I noticed is just people just really love, they support him. That's his side. That's his team, of course. Right. And then on top of that, this is something new. That's why I'm Naphtali with New School of Thought. This is new information. This is the first time people have ever heard this before. So it's going to take some time to, now I have people come in and say, hey, Naphtali, you did a great job. And then there's people like, oh, what is this? What is she talking about? What are you talking about? But some people were saying, you know what? This is, you got, my mind. I'm thinking you got me, you even gave me some information. That's what I want. I want to get those wheels turning in your mind, get you to start thinking, looking into the scriptures. And then also exposed. I hate to say the word exposed, but Ron is not into the Bible. The guy is not into the Bible. He's not standing up for it. If anything, he's doing a disservice to it because he's actually saying that it's correct, it's tainted. If anybody thinks logically, why would you believe anything that's tainted, that's deemed to be corrupted? Why would you believe it? How can you? And then I have to come to you for you to tell me. That's the reason why we have a Bible. See, we used to have priests, right? We used to have priests that we used to have to go to, and they told us, but the priests started getting corrupted. So that's why we don't have them no more, because I hate to bring Jonah, for instance. Jonah was sent to go do a job, right? Mm-hmm. And Jonah didn't want to do it. So what did he do? He was willing to die than to go do what he was supposed to do. So that's why, Christ being such a, a great, leader, father, he gave us our own individual book that we can read it ourselves. We don't have to go through a third party anymore. We have it in our hands. We can read it ourselves and, be able to find the truth out that
way. So what's next for you, Queen Naphtali? You debating, you writing, what you doing that you can share with us? Because
right? Of course. And somebody said I asked you were saying the Canaanites are. You skipped past it. No. I didn't. I want to make sure I let you know. The Canaanites are the Europeans. Europa is an actual Phoenician Canaanite woman. So that they keep that name. That's actually, you can look into that. I provide information on that. But they're the Europeans, your Arabs, the Sinites, which is your Chinese, the Chinese, the Asians. They used to be called Sinos, and now that's where you get the sign. You can Google them, and also your Native Americans. You know what I'm saying, because they're linked to these Sinites. Okay, so they all come from that group of people. So, and when you look at, not only do you look at their the way they are genealogically, but you look at them with the pyramids, the ziggurats, the way they worship, their history. You know what I'm saying? You look at their past. You look at the Babylonians. The Babylonians is Amorites. Okay, Amorite Canaanites are Babylonian, which link to who? Who's that linked to? Links to the Romans. It's a lot, and I only can share with you so much. That's why you guys have to come on over and just take a look at a lot of my videos, because I break down.
Go to our channel. I saw him come.
New School of Thought. Naphtali, I do a video on the Sinai.
If he want to have a discussion, then he need to.
You gotta
come on the right way.
You gotta come on over. I can't just give it to you.
He's a debater too.
Well, you know what? I always, whenever I have a live, I always drop the link for anyone to come on and ask me questions. And people like to say this ham stuff. What does that mean? Okay, that we got to stop thinking that ham. Now, one thing I noticed is everybody can be multicultural. When you look at these Israelites, they put the Shem as a multicultural or multiracial group. You look at some people, they'll tell you Japheth is a multicultural, multiracial group. They say that they're Asians and, all of them, and as well as Europeans. But when it comes to Ham, they're always only black. You got to get that out your mind, okay? Ham does not signify only black people. And we know that because not only, white people have to come from someone, right? They were originally a brown-skinned people, but they ended up, becoming more lighter. As history and time went on, they became more whiter. So I explain all that again. But you said, what am I working on now?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm trying to enhance my, my YouTube space, trying to do more videos. I kind of slowed down. I was moving out more, but this, when my laptop is really, slowed me down. But I'm not letting it stop me. But I also want to do a book called The Book of Naphtali. Okay, where I'm actually going to be bringing out, it's going to be a very nice book, the concept, and we're going to be actually bringing out more information on this, so that way you can have it. It'll be images, it'll be a spiral bound book, pretty big book with about 300 pages, colors. It kind of like how my presentations look. I want to do a book and also want to continue with the presentations, and I also want to, just try to bring out more information. So if I said to myself, I didn't want to do another debate after that one. I did say that. Let me just say this. I don't want to, keep on being. I don't want to ramble on too long. But here's another Here's another thing that came up. It was a debate channel, and they had a Facebook page, and they said, reach out to us if you want to do a debate. Now, I reached out to them, like they said, on their Facebook page. Very professional. Gave them they wanted my channel. They wanted my name. Gave them all my information. Next thing, I came back and I was blocked. Now, that's okay. I don't mind. Nothing was wrong. But shortly after that, I got a strike on my Facebook page for harassment. Now, all I did was what they asked me to do.
Word?
I didn't have my Facebook page for about 3 or 4 years now. I've never received not one strike or harassment. Nothing. Never got a strike on my Facebook page until after I reached out to this website. This Christian is a Christian platform, by the way. You said, what's your email? I don't give out my email anymore. Hit me up on Messenger on Facebook, or I'm on it. I'm a Naphtali Israel on Facebook, Naphtali Israel on Instagram, or you can hit me up on TikTok. You know what I'm saying? I don't give up my email. Like I said, I was doing that, and all of a sudden my stuff got all. I'm not saying it's you, but please hit me up in Messenger or in my Instagram. I'm always available, like I said. But I reached out to them and I just said, hey, we were having a good conversation. They said, hey, let me get your YouTube channel and we'll be in touch. Next thing I know, I go back and I said, well, they didn't say anything, but then I clicked and I said, well, dang, I'm blocked. Okay. Then next thing I know, I got a strike. I'm like, well, God dang. But it's not even about the fact that they blocked me or they reported my Facebook. That's okay. It's the fact that Facebook allowed it to be done. Why would they? I did nothing to these people. Why would you give me a strike to the point where I wasn't even able to make calls on Messenger, be in group chats and stuff like that? It was like, come on, y'all. But like I said, I won't let that discourage me. It's, debating is hard. People.
Right.
Yeah, it's interesting. But like I said, if somebody was to come to me and say, hey, I want to debate you and let's get it started, I would definitely take it. I'm not going to initiate. I'm not going to come searching for you. If you want to come to me, I'll say I'll take it. But if I'm coming to you, no, not anymore. Not anymore. I'm done with that. What somebody says, what's Noah's son Canaan associated with the Canaanites? Yeah, that's true.
You see what happened when you win? Now if the win was questionable, whatever the case may be, the game started changing. People start changing up on you. Games start changing up on you.
Oh yeah, I get a lot of the silent treatment, which is okay. That's why, it just means that. But like I said, and shout out to those of you that support me, and definitely I got my numbers, what I'm saying, slowly but surely, are growing. The information, people are starting to want to, be more acceptable to the information. I'm changing the way I'm doing things, which is good, because I used to come out, like I said, when I started my channel, I was called Israelite Conversation. This was a long time ago. I was getting like 20,000, 19,000 views. I started getting all these restrictions, got demonetized, and I got shadow banned. So I went on and I changed my approach to more of a new school of thought, trying to make it more intellectual, historical based with the Bible. And they tend to not, YouTube is not really, I guess, and they're not hindering me as much as it was when I was first coming out, because I had a whole period of time where I was completely shadow banned. But yeah, so yeah, if anybody reaches out to me and they want to debate, I will be live again. My next live video hopefully would be on Greeks having Canaanite DNA. And I will be talking about DNA found in the Greeks of, Canaanites, and talking about them. And if you got any questions or anything, hey, I always drop the link and you can always come up and ask me anything. So
I want to hear your thoughts. Probably not today. Hopefully you can come back on. You're always welcome. On the 12 tribes charts, the Black, Hispanic, and Native Indian situation that's being perpetuated out here. I know you were on the other side of it. So I definitely would want to see what that is. I have a theory about their thing, and I think I shared some of that with you in regards to recruiting and organization. But I don't know about how that stands in regards to what it is. Right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I'll definitely love to come back and you and I, we can chop it up like we did right here. You can share your insight on the 12 tribes chart, and I can definitely share mine. That was one of the main things that I try to talk to people about is the 12 tribes chart. And the 12 tribes chart just proves more of why the children of Israel keep going into captivity. I mean, it just explains more because they keep bringing people in that just do not. Now, don't get me wrong, people can definitely, become, sojourners and things like that. But those people are not the children of Israel. Okay, they're not. And they know it. And that's the bad thing about it is they know it because they refuse. Again, it's like whenever I come around, like that's one thing I didn't like about the end of the Nano show. He had a gentleman come up and say, "Oh, she popped up on my channel when Ron was here." Sir, I was invited onto your show. Don't just say like I just popped up. You know what I'm saying? Like no, I was invited. I don't just. I mean, yes, I would. I can pop up, but that's not true. Why you gotta lie? Oh, she just popped up on my. No, I did not. I was invited to come onto your show. Ron was doing questions and answering, just like everybody else hit the link. You knew I was coming. You just didn't like that I was, giving him the 1-2. It's cool. But yeah, so yeah, we can definitely talk about the 12 tribes chart. If you guys want me back, I can definitely come back and we can talk about the 12 tribes chart. I hope you guys learned something with me. I hope you guys go out and check out the debate and let me know what you guys think. If you guys feel as though that I put the work in, let me know.
The work was definitely put in. Like I said, from just me watching unbiasedly biased a little bit, you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to stand on which truth was sound and was factual because they're not all the same. They sound like they go together, but they don't always go together. Facts change, and something can go from seeming sound to not being sound. That's a perception sort of thing. But the truth stands the test of time regardless. And you brought the truth out. And the truth is not comfortable. The truth don't always go well with everybody. You understand what I'm saying? If your breath stink, somebody tell you your breath stink, that's the truth. You understand what I'm saying?
Sometimes the truth hurts. You're right. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And the truth feels, right? So I'd be like, all right, y'all, I need to go brush my teeth. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be, get that together, right?
That's love. That's when somebody loves you. They tell you the truth instead of letting you walk around with your breath off, and are you musty or whatever, somebody that means they love you when they do that. But it does hurt when somebody tells you that though.
So I'll put the link up for the debate if y'all want to watch it. And also I'll give you a chance for final remarks.
And I'm, thank you so much for the other donation. I truly appreciate it. I do. Thank you guys so much. You guys just don't know. And like I said, check out my debate. And what I'm doing is actually proving the Bible. with this information. It's like I said, when people talk about the metaphysical, when you talk about all this stuff and you get into these different philosophies, well, the person who, like I said, the language we speak, the Hittite word for water is the English word for water. The Proto-Sinaitic is actually called the Proto-Canaanite. It's come from the Canaanites. So when you bring that information to people and then somebody says, they made all that up, you have to look at that person and say, are you a gatekeeper? Are you trying to keep people from waking up? Because only thing that's true is what you say. I don't like when people do that. So, but like I said, guys, thank you all. Thank you so much, Knowledge Born. I had fun. Hope you guys had fun with me. Like I said, I can come back again. Let me know what you guys want me to discuss. If you want me to get a little bit more into the Paracas Peruvian people, the Nephilim, the sons of Anak. Like I said, I will be doing a video on my channel talking about the so-called mythology of the Greeks. Remember, Greece is just a location, and people take on that name. That doesn't mean that you're an actual Greek like American. We have different ethnicities in America. You know, you can be African American, you can be German American, you can be, you know what I'm saying, Indian American, but you're still an American because you're in America. So that's the same way you got to look at the Canaanites that are in Greece, because there are real Greeks, they're Pelagians, there go the word. The Pelagians were the real Greeks, but these Hellenistic Greeks that came in, your Alexander the Great, all those different people, they link back to Canaanite. And we can talk about how we get there. It's fun. I love history. I love it.
Right.
So come on, guys. Come on and tune in with me. Thank you all so much for supporting me. Check out my debate. And also, of course, like this video and subscribe to Killah Priest Podcast.
Queen Naphtali, ladies and gentlemen. Got to drop the bombs for all the bombs you dropped in the info that you shared tonight. It was great.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and drop on off. I know it's late or early. If you're on the Pacific, it's only 7, but on my side it's 9. I know the east side is about 10. So, but thank you guys again, and I'm out. Most High bless.
Most High bless.
Can't dim my light, can't take my life. My path is chosen. I sacrificed, I paid the price. I won't be broken. I am royalty. It's my destiny. You know my time is now. They can't take my crown.
Direct intel, ancestral symbology spread across the diaspora is coded in my honesty. Intuitive connection, strengthen tribes' camaraderie. Parallel universe, that's another side of me. Guided by dreams and wisdom, build my economy. In silent meditation, that's how spirit respond to me. Play your part, the plays in your natal chart. Not trusting your blueprint is where betrayal start. Ignoring warnings, pivotal insight. How you were descendant of Moabites, Hittites. Nothing rhetorical. I'm tapped in, my sister's an oracle. Future seen through the orbital. Through lessons informing you, honor my blood and features. Akashic reveal my deepest secrets. Creative crown lobes from the ethers. In real time I'm living it. Being tree on the mounds of Mount Gilead. Team spirit, magical affiliates.
The lost scriptures from the Hudson River. Stories of 40s, blunts and liquor. Written by shorties, bloods and killers. Hands to bars, identify mugs from mirrors. He's from Flatbush, cuz is fearless. He in the black book, drugs and realness. But in a cell block by himself on a cot. They top hell by the clock, water pail in the mop. On sorted mail for the stock, in jail till they rot. Most of their elders was Griselda. Cocaine kingpins, gold chains gleaming, dope ringer, demons. Now we upload King Tut Gold, we need answers. We transfer crown loads, major priest to ground patrol. NASA case, Abraxas face around poles. Lead by example, priest is the ample, no priest is the handle. As I light each of the candles, I feel brand new.
Can't take my life, my path is chosen. I sacrificed, I paid the price, I won't be broken. I am royalty, it's my destiny. You know my time is now. They can't take my
Music chairs, Game of Thrones, shooting airs with angel bones. Have you connected to the source, a major brand of phone? Climb till I reach the highest plane and I made it home. Connect the whole universe at once, yet remain alone. Got my angels and my ancestors on a conference call, shooting Aztecs to the gods that said I dropped the ball. My first step, flagging the earth while I still watch them crawl. Immortalized the human anatomy at the Taj Mahal. I struck lightning when it hit me, I ain't shot the all. Your noggin, I just blew it, it's impossible, I knew it. We all AI, I guess Allah prompted me to do it. Who made mythic creatures into continents and drew the map? My Venus spoke to Gemini, before it was a Google app. The mic levitates when I talk without holding it. By accident, still on point without knowing it. And I ain't right to think of this verse, I ground loaded it.
We crown holders and ground soldiers, the finest diamonds. They doing manifestation, we do divine alignment. This ain't no occupation, it's a higher soul assignment. Sacred, irreplaceable information, rewind it. I don't relate to these fraud dudes and clown hoes. 520 hertz is the frequency that my sound holds. Every written down flow, feeling like I found gold. Channeling profound codes, turn them into crown loads. They try silencing the chosen ones, it never works. Lessons heavy like collections at the mega church. We manifest a heaven just to build a better earth. And when you hear that word crown loads, you know who said it first. Lyrically mystical, healing you, medicinal. And on this mic, these rappers saying nothing you should listen to. Life is cyclical, like the spin on an elliptical. This priest mixes fire, but run back the original.
Can't take my life, can't take my life, my path is chosen. I sacrificed, I paid the price, I won't be broken. I am royalty, it's my destiny. You know my time is now, they can't take my crown.
Shout out to Queen Naphtali. Shout out to the Royal Priesthood. Shout out to the Pod Craft, the Cafe, the Craft Room, the best chat in the YouTube universe. It's been an amazing show. And before I go, I gotta run this back twice, okay? I gotta run this back twice. Y'all saw it today as a premiere with the Iron Software Hip Hop collaborating with that Michael universe. You get Killah Priest and Michael Jackson together visually. Shout out to Kai Zodiac and Kai Visuals for taking the vision that the four living creatures have behind the scene and bringing it into life. Gonna be dope. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm gonna play it twice. Okay? Exclusive Celestial Michael right here, Royal Priesthood Wednesdays. Shout out to the Iron Software Hip Hop, the one and only Killah Priest. And shout out to Kai Zodiac with Kai Visuals for this visual. This visual is a movie. Alright? So let's go.
I'm the GOAT. You crazy, gang, I'm the GOAT. Nah, son, he's the GOAT.
I want this dealt with. I don't care if you have to call the lunar base beyond the ice wall. These monsters just kicked in the wrong door.
All right, what the hell is going on? I don't know, but it must be important. Not as important as the sandwich I was about to eat.
All right, everyone, listen up. We got some nasty goat-headed creatures trying to take over, and we ain't gonna let that slide. If you're scared, leave now. Let's go!
Let's move it! Let's go! Stay focused. Double time, move. Almost there. Get ready.
Me nah fear no goat. Put the goat pon me belly. Ha ha!
Hold on, I need to speak with you briefly.
Hey, now I was born. What's the science, Betty?
Let me introduce you to your new co-pilot, Killah.
Priest. Killah Priest. What are you doing all the way out here on the moon?
What am I doing here? What are you doing here?
Moonwalking, of course. You should have seen your face, priest.
Haha, very funny. Why you call your monkey Bubbles anyway?
I'm the king of pop, silly. Okay, seriously though. Are you sure you know what you're doing, priest?
Of course, I wrote the basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Wait, there's something missing. Oh, I know. We can't fly without music.
I got you. Play Celestial Mike.
Radically different celestial orders separate the present age from the former. The primordial moving waters to moon quarters. From the sun's birth, light works cover the earth's four corners. Eyes behold the great God in his circular abode. In the center was the tree of life, Merkaba codes. Outside of that, exceeding lights from 12 UFOs. Maccabees, Israelites, Persia untold. The worshippers of gold, stone, diamonds from coal. I've seen it all alone, write it in scrolls while I'm in the zone. Tenfold, tempos, symbols. You think they're ready for another heavy mental, the insult. My body was vacuumed, engulfed into the black goo. Pentecost, time began to warp. I've been caught up into this cloud of spinning force. My inner thoughts was intercourse, aroused from alien women bought. They bowed, then stood, then pulled their linen off. Shoes were hooves, head of a chicken, a pigeon, a griffin, and hawk. My vision got lost. She held the 4 birds while sitting on a horse. One of the birds was fiction, of course. 2 was for digging, Abraxas religion, and picking a corpse. Like gases passing into the inner world, becoming an entity of energy. I know what's in the oyster, but what makes a pearl? Coalescing with the elemental. Man, woman, boy, and girl. Hair bushy, wavy, straight or curl. Essential. I'm in the spheres as we twirl. A creature of the mind's beginning. Creation. Pre-wedding. Ovulating. Observation. So exile, I'm on the canal, on the right route course. They said the Nile flows from the south to north, from its orients to upstream. The sky's my audience, picking up ornaments to rough kings. Wiping off the plush buster queens. When you redeem your heart, horror and terror screams. Seraphims, eyes all over their wings. I write things. I am great because I know that I'm not. I just find my space astronaut. Real MCing is rooted in strength. It's pruned with gifts. Doom was it. The rest of y'all lunatics. Circus level when you work with the devil. I deal with planets that pick up dirt with the shovel. Autumn trees, turmeric oil, oregano, mustard seeds. Atom to atoms create me.
There'll be no darkness tonight.
So I'm gonna run it back one more time. Like I said, shout out to Cosmo with the visuals and the collaboration from the four living creatures to make sure we got what we got. All right, so I'm running back one more again, and then we got one more esoteric news from Jody Southward. Make sure y'all go to her channel and support Jody. Appreciate y'all supporting Queen Naphtali, New School of Thought, her channel, and herself tonight. Amazing discussion and build. Do the same thing with Jody. Shout out to Jody Southward. She's one of our own, one of the Podcraft alumni, giving us this esoteric news. So, send us some Cash App, some PayPal, send us some love and go subscribe to the channel. Go subscribe and engage. Go watch some videos, leave a comment. She's here with us. She's always here with us, holding up the Podcraft. Let's be reciprocal. Let's show some reciprocity. Show some reciprocity. Show us some love. You know what I mean? So let's run this back one more again, and then one more esoteric news. Out.
I'm the GOAT. You crazy, gang, I'm the GOAT. Nah, son, he's the GOAT.
I want this dealt with. I don't care if you have to call the lunar base beyond the ice wall. These monsters just kicked in the wrong door.
Alright, what the hell is going on? I don't know, but it must be important. Not as important as the sandwich I was about to eat.
All right, everyone, listen up. We got some nasty goat-headed creatures trying to take over, and we ain't gonna let that slide. If you're scared, leave now. Let's go!
Let's move it! Let's go! Stay focused. Double time, move! Almost there. Get ready!
Me nah fear no goat. Put the goat pon me belly. Ha ha!
Hold on, I need to speak with you briefly.
Hey, now I was born. What's the science, Betty?
Let me introduce you to your new co-pilot, Killah.
Priest. Killah Priest. What are you doing all the way out here on the moon?
What am I doing here? What are you doing here?
Moonwalking, of course. You should have seen your face, priest.
Haha, very funny. Why you call your monkey Bubbles anyway?
I'm the king of pop, silly. Okay, seriously though. Are you sure you know what you're doing, priest?
Of course, I wrote the basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Wait, there's something missing. Oh, I know. We can't fly without music.
I got you. Play Celestial Mike. Radically different celestial orders separate the present age from the former. The primordial moving waters to moon quarters. From the sun's birth, light works cover the earth's four corners. Eyes behold the great God in his circular abode. In the center was the tree of life, Merkaba codes. Outside of that, exceeding lights from 12 UFOs. Maccabees, Israelites, Persia untold. The worshippers of gold, stone, diamonds from coal. I've seen it all alone, write it in scrolls while I'm in the zone. Tenfold, tempos, symbols. You think they're ready for another heavy mental? The insult. My body was vacuumed, engulfed into the black goo. Pentecost, time began to warp. I've been caught up into this cloud of spinning force. My inner thoughts was intercourse, aroused from alien women bought. They bowed, then stood, then pulled their linen off. Shoes were hooves, head of a chicken, a pigeon, a griffin, and hawk. My vision got lost. She held the 4 birds while sitting on a horse. One of the birds was fiction, of course. 2 was for digging, Abraxas religion, and picking a corpse. Like gases passing into the inner world, becoming an entity of energy. I know it's in the oyster, but what makes a pearl? Coalescing with the elemental. Man, woman, boy, and girl. Hair bushy, wavy, straight or curl. Essential. I'm in the spheres as we twirl. A creature of the mind's beginning. Creation. Pre-wedding. Ovulating. Observation. So exile, I'm on the canal, on the right route course. They said the Nile flows from the south to north, from its orients to upstream. The sky's my audience, picking up ornaments to rough kings, wiping off the plush buster queens. When you redeem, you haunt horror and terror screams. Seraphims, eyes all over their wings. I write things, I am great because I know that I'm not. I just find my space astronaut. Real MCing is rooted in strength. It's pruned with gifts. Doom was it. The rest of y'all lunatics. Circus level when you work with the devil. I deal with planets that pick up dirt with the shovel. Autumn trees, turmeric oil, oregano, mustard seeds. Atom to atoms create me.
There'll be no darkness tonight.
From the darkness came in the light. Bed-Stuy. I'm from Gateside. I was born in Bushwick. My upbringing is in Bed-Stuy. And a lot of MCs came through my block. A lot. Big Daddy Kane, Jay-Z, Jazzo. And a lot of them came up. My block was like a haven for that. I'm a fan of rap and all of it. So just being that, just being a fan of it, make me want to push push a little harder. You know what I'm saying? I had a mixture of Gods and Hebrew Israelites and Islam, you know, so it came from a lot of mixture. I kind of like had a lot of this energy that was in there, so it was like a different type of philosophies in there.
But they didn't give it when it came in. It's slick because it never was just set. It was like you got a demo deal. So the demo deal, at first, and you stress out like, damn, I got a demo deal. That's good, but just say deal. You know, once you hand in the songs, then you got the deal. So I handed in the song, but I wanted to hear, yo, the deal's yours.
And 3 of us formed the Maccabees out of that. And Hellraiser came, and then Timbo came, and it was supposed to be all 5 of us, but it didn't work out. We got Black Market. We'll talk about that later.
It was my song. It was a song I called As I Die Slowly. So it was the same thing, and then we just called it America. It was the whole clan. So there's a song called As I Die Slowly. So I said, yo, I got the song. Because they would say, yo, we wanted something for AIDS. So I said, I got a song about AIDS, but it had to be all of it. It got to be the clan. So I said, America is dying slowly. And then we just ran with it. RZA loved it.
To do the next video, they was just like, sorry, there's no more videos, no more nothing. We done. So after Heavy Mental, it was like, I was really like, man, I'm done with this, you know? So I was ready to go independent then. But then MCA called me with a check. View from Masada was about to be born. I met this producer that was in there. He kept asking me, I kept going to the studio, and it was like, yo, man, this cat keep going to your studio session, you know, and he wanted to hit you with some beats. He was working there. He had dreads. It was Just Blaze. 4th Chamber, we in the studio. I'm over here with Jizza. Ghost and Ray is over there recording at the same time. And this dude, I just saw this dude in the middle of the circle, commanding it. And this, I've never seen that done, especially with the clan. Like nobody had did that. At that time, this cat was different. And that's when my first time encountering the cannabis. We met sword to sword, man.
The offering is all New York, but when I came out here, it was like more of a, like behind the stained glass where it started at.
But then I started getting out, and then artists, I seen people wanted to work with me and things like that. So I was like, oh, yo, this is a little different. And other than the clan, like we was doing it because we was keeping everything in the house. It was my first time out, so I started working with other artists. So
Four Horsemen came, the idea came from cannabis towards me. Can't speak for the rest of them. And then he told me to call Corrupt, gave me Corrupt number, and Raz. And me and Raz already had a relationship. It was cool. But the first one who brought that to my attention was cannabis. He was like, yo, we gotta start a group. I want to do it. It's gonna be me, you, Raz, Kaz, and Corrupt.
It was just special to me. I started meeting people that I was fans of myself. And like DJ Pooh and all these guys, it was just dope. You know what I mean? I didn't know they was actually listening. I just thought we was making music, and it was right there. We was all celebrating right there, and that was it. Hip hop is here to stay, and I'm a part of it. So let's go.
It means a lot to me. This is all behind the stained glass. So when I first came out here, I moved out to Manhattan Beach, and I came to Topanga, which was a whole different world. This place, mountainy, it's the view from Masada. Is the vision, is the vision.
Hey everyone, hello. So, for nearly 1400 years, one of the most important women in Christian history was remembered for something the Bible never said she was. Mary Magdalene, disciple, witness, and devoted follower of Jesus, became known instead as a prostitute, a symbol of sexual sin and repentance. But this image did not come from Scripture. No, it did not. It actually came from a single sermon delivered in 591 AD. A mistake, yes, a mistake, that reshaped theology, art, and public perception for centuries. So, how did this happen? And why did it last so long? So, who Mary Magdalene really was, according to the Bible. In the New Testament, Mary Magdalene is introduced as a woman from the town of Magdala, described as someone from whom Jesus cast out 7 demons. Contrary to popular assumption, demons in biblical language often referred to spiritual or psychological afflictions, not moral failure or sexual sin. Mary is repeatedly listed among Jesus' closest followers and supporters. The Gospel of Luke notes that she, along with other women, financially supported Jesus' ministry, an extraordinary detail that highlights her independence as well as her importance. Most notably, Mary Magdalene is present at the crucifixion when many male disciples flee. She is the first to witness the resurrection, and in the Gospel of John, the risen Jesus appears to her before anyone else, commissioning her to tell the others. This is why early Christian writers refer to her as the apostle to the apostles. The idea of Mary Magdalene as a prostitute comes not from the Bible, but from a conflation of multiple female figures. Mary Magdalene, a named disciple, Mary of Bethany, sister of Martha and Lazarus, an unnamed sinful woman in Luke 7 who anoints Jesus' feet and weeps. The Bible never identifies the sinful woman as Mary Magdalene. They appear in different chapters, in different locations, and are treated as distinct individuals. But over time, these women were blurred together, especially in Western Christianity. The turning point came in 591 AD when Pope Gregory I, the 64th Bishop of Rome, aka Gregory the Great, delivered a homily that officially merged these women into a single character. He identified Mary Magdalene as the sinful woman from Luke's Gospel and interpreted her 7 demons as the 7 deadly sins. With that sermon, Mary Magdalene was recast as a former prostitute redeemed by Christ. The interpretation was not based on Scripture, but Gregory's authority ensured it spread rapidly, unfortunately, throughout the church. The image of a fallen woman redeemed through repentance was powerful and useful. It reinforced social expectations around female sexuality, humility, and obedience, while diminishing Mary's authority as a teacher, witness, and leader. And over time, this version of Mary Magdalene became deeply embedded in Christian imagination through sermons, artwork, and popular religious texts like the Golden Legend, a medieval compilation of saints' lives that strongly influenced European culture. Then paintings began depicting her as sensual, sorrowful, and repentant, long-haired, exposed shoulders, tear-streaked faced, and far removed from the confident disciple found in the Gospels. Interestingly, though, some early Christian texts, particularly Gnostic writings like the Gospel of Mary, portray Mary Magdalene as a spiritual authority with deep insight into Jesus' teachings. In these texts, male disciples challenge her credibility, reflecting early debates about women's leadership in the church. And while these texts are not part of the biblical canon, they show that Mary's importance was widely recognized in early Christian communities, making her later reduction even more striking. And the church? Well, the church admits its error. In 1969, during reforms following the Second Vatican Council, the Catholic Church officially corrected the misinformation. Yeah, Mary Magdalene was acknowledged as not being the sinful woman of Luke 7, and her liturgical celebration was revised to reflect her true biblical role. And in 2016, Pope Francis elevated her feast day to the level of an apostolic celebration, symbolically restoring her status as a foundational witness of the resurrection. Mary Magdalene's story is a powerful example of how history, authority, and cultural bias can reshape memory. For centuries, her voice was overshadowed by a narrative that diminished her leadership and redefined her identity. Today, reclaiming Mary Magdalene as she appears in Scripture challenges long-held assumptions about women, power, and spiritual authority, not just in Christianity, but in how history itself is written. Mary Magdalene was never the woman history made her into. She was a disciple, a witness, a messenger of resurrection. And her story reminds us that sometimes the truth isn't lost, it's buried beneath centuries of repetition. So yeah, there you have it, the story of Mary Magdalene. As always, I hope you found this video entertaining, enlightening, or in some way beneficial. If you did, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and maybe share the video with a friend or two who might like to hear this. Alright everyone, until next time, take care. Peace.
So we up out of here. I have to play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. Play more Killah Priest. Your brother now is going to allow once again here with another Royal Priesthood masterpiece. Shout out to Queen Naphtali for coming through, sharing her love, spending her time with us. Definitely going to have her back next month. You understand? Next month. It's Leo season. You understand? So shout out to all of the Leos, the Leo moons, the Leo suns, and the Leo risings. Okay, let that roar be loud. Okay, and for everybody out here shining, it's your time in the sun. So use your talents, your gifts, your skills that God has given you to give out to the world and give it out abundantly. And may you receive the increase that you're looking for, the elevation that you're looking for, and the total wellness that you're looking for. Get out there in the sun, okay? Get out there in the sun and shine, all right? The world is in need of you. The world is in need of your gifts, your talents, and your story. Check out the podcast tomorrow, Thursday, okay? Thursday podcast. Architect D, aka AD, will be in the building. Mojito will be in the building. Had a family up there. Go to kppodcraft.com. Submit your song promotions. Submit your super chats. And again, show that love. Show some love. Show some love. Show some love. We'll be in the building. And we will see you on tomorrow. Peace.
From atom to atom to atom to a tune to a tune, music of the moon. From atom to atom, gases of the sun. Revelations chapter 21. After disaster, what will come? Rapture. Falling into a spinning field that is torsion. The field became a wheel within a wheel, constantly morphing into the point of the crossing. The transition in the vehicle with no transmission, and the body with no organs, embracing the allness. And I saw heaven open up with 7 angels on 7 horses, holding books that were molten shut. Only the faithful reveal the sources. And a voice came from out of the throne. The voice Abel, Cain, and Solomon known. It was cosmic, gothic in tones. Brimstone, final conflict, mitochondria twist, DNA, demons and angels. Ordained the tribe, they hide from Eden to great schools. Divine counsel with crown jewels surrounds you. Denounce fools but pronounce you, and announce to the higher courts outer space while inside my thoughts. Messiah's talk with the Most High in a flying hawk that's shining would look like a giant stalk, then hiding, reappearing, winding. Star Sirius sightings, carnivorous giants before the Garden of Syria writings. My lyrics experience and guidance leads to Nigerian findings. Unearthed the chosen seed surrounding the rosaries, seen by the 3 wise men. 2 was blinded, 1 got a nosebleed. The curse of Hiram and Abiff, science or myth. I'm real, don't rely on tricks. My position is musician, not magician or superstition. My truth is written for you to vision, and the youth to listen for jewels of wisdom. It's in our genes, true religion. King of kings, crucifixion. Stranger things, nukes are hitting. The all I see in the Al Coop is hidden. All our demons out recruit the system. The Rothschilds in England, the Russian Crucians in Finland. Books missing, the king of Kush recaptures the Christians. Atom, Nassau, Her, Hagar, Hatshepsut. Textbooks of Atom, Star Trek over burning bush. Foreheads turn and look each direction, east to western. Blood of the lamb, the sheep protection. Brother man, brother man, brother man. Zodiac, Priesthood, Royal Priesthood. Yeah, Royal Priesthood. In 86, the devil raised the bar, but I'm a hurdler. And I'm the good thief. I sneak in your toxic house, the burglar. The musical Merkaba came to set free the Lucifer worshippers. Like James Bond 007, the soul of an old legend. Negative energy murderer, good or evil, angel or demon interpreter. Keys with frankincense and myrrh, and perfumes anoint me soon as my birth occurred. Like Ben-Hur, I'm indigenous to Gilgamesh. With brilliantness became the builders of the pyramids. Now we lost in American North wilderness. I became the force, a poor man's ventriloquist. On the island far away from home like Gilligan. Took us from our village villages, till we find our way back through resilience and our diligence. Do rags and wave caps, black fists look militant, and college remembrance, while living ignorance, driving kids with innocence, dreams fly limitless, straight towards the nebula, with cannon or the terror, black boy's face, we all in this together. I chase demons in my cape, my sword and my scepter, his brother Glow the Great, the lord of this era, Royal Priesthood, gold plates and treasures, Anubis, my eye, wear your heart against the feather, carted Satan out your soul, lifting him out, he's on the stretcher, with my divine helicopter, with shock and propellers, outlines made of copper, the fortune teller, my dragon glows green like matcha, New York regalia, like Robin Walker is the prophet Walter, from the days of Iron Sheik versus Sergeant Slaughter, blue around my garment borders, fringes, execute vengeance, mathematics, Qurans and Taurus, rock the head of Horus, rocks in the watch is gorgeous, behind my will, it fell into the wheel, metamorphing, start spinning clockwise and counterclockwise, on the outside my car became a flying saucer, straight to the orbit.
Yo, masquerade killer, Michael hijacked the sun, matinee thriller. Zombie apocalypse, a center for disease, says my tracks are way iller. Isodrenochrome cubes keep they cabernet chiller. And thought this thought, they don't want you to think. Knowledge is power, shock the flowers, make my aura look pink. To know the ledge, godly hour, push your thoughts to the brink. You can't even close your eyes, become a corpse if you blink. Where the oracles sink, I was born in the Sphinx. Copper DNA necklace with historical links. Hiding poison in the food, in the water you drink. Cause they raised down the natives biding their time. Throw food the lost tube coming down on my mind. Stab you with a light ray cause you was dying to shine. Then I disappeared like the truth post in your IG. Holy Spirit dripping like a ghost in your IV. Can't deport them all, we was already here. So get in tune with the voices in the water right here. You don't see the embryo in the form of your ear. Invisible man, I made myself awfully clear. Royal Priesthood astrologies is Lord of the Spears. Throwing platinum plates, you thought the flying saucers appeared. Yeah, they scared to wear their own face in the street. Deep elixirs, beast addicted to the taste of the sheep. On Harry Potter's wheel, the god knew arrange my physique. Kai, Elohim, hemoglobin, the Arabian chic. 7 circles like the planets in the days of the week. Supreme math, solar facts in the language I speak. You brainwashed if you watching the news. Never make the wrong step when the laws in my shoes. The dream weaver make it seem there's no option to choose. Corona dope fiends, they be trying to nod. They in line to get shot, that's a fireman squad. Pharmaceutical, shoot to kill line with the gods. I cried for the angel babies that have died in the fog. Caught up in the crossfire, like a panther in a Klan rally. Zodiac, they need these answers in my hands badly. Like palm readers, break dancers in the sand valley. I moonwalked on chemtrails in the sky. On the path to ancient Kemet, weigh the scales in my eyes. The sun and moon temple sitting on the side of my head. A million years I still remember every line that I said. Hermes Trismegistus, serve me the statistics. 99 attributes of Allah, 99% survival rate. Imagine the odds when you're the Neo, you're the one that made the patterns evolve. Another chapter to solve, why did Saturn revolve? Spinal column, I am Amen, climb the ladder to Oz. On a rocket to Nebula, the planet of the gods.
Use my mind.
Shapes in the box, tetragrammaton text, you see my face in the watch. Circle of light displayed in an arrangement of clocks. You can't be so diplomatic when you're breaking the locks. God Zodiac, Killah Priest, Royal Priesthood.
open sesame. I spoke my destiny, a broken legacy. Focus heavily, Hopi Cherokees, coated ebony. The flow is melody, flow like hella weed. Summer breeze, dungarees, tons of trees. Imaginations comes to me. Priest to MC, rhymes comfortably. Mad B, your beast, your majesty. Majestically, my mind weaponry. C1s, we up like the sun. Every day another rerun, then we done. Right before tomorrow begun. I spit venom with the rhythm. Solar system, old God is with him. I throw bars with mysticism. Avatar exorcism.
Yeah, baby. What? Your blessings of time to circulate the planet divine. Lessons and knowledge to rhyme, to meditate and teach. Breach the gap of poverty and riches. The words of wisdom and preach and shine like a prism. Keep the youth out of prison. Street politicians that change up the situations on the block and stay organized to bust on the cops if they had a line. Corrupt Babylon out of their mental and spiritual. Got dope fiends smoked out, snorting white lines. Government's feeding you pharmaceuticals to fuck up your godly body and mind. So we stay militant and ready for war. Killer bees on the swarm, kicking in your door. Spitting rapid fire words of righteousness with a revolutionary fist up and a full form. What? To do this, you gotta be skilled.
As far as he's concerned, God just in the way. You know, telling him nothing about no. He want to go make him some money. They don't want to hear nothing about how you supposed to treat people. You find a sucker, bump his head. Huh? It's a dog-eat-dog world, man. Ain't that what they say? On the outside are dogs, and everyone that loveth and maketh alive. I didn't hear you. And they bear witness to the word of God, not even realizing that which they call a lie, they bearing witness to. By the words that come out of their mouths.
Amazing. Luminary, consuming cherries, mushrooms, and berries. Beneath the endless skies in Gemini in June, I'm in tune with fairies. Lit pituitary.
Very interesting face.
I see tombs in Timeri. Civilized, they had sewers ready.
And again, I knew it would be.
Saw them lift the bricks, huge and heavy. During the same time, Suma had levees. They fertilized with cow manure. The water fluid was steady. Now the scrolls are buried. Palms that are old and sweaty. Took the cloth off the bottle and dashed rosemary. Then anointed his own skull and faced the north of Gobekli Tepe. Turkey, Xerxes, Persian and the Medes. My words to MCs. You look for herb, you speak to a bush with burning leaves. Remove your shoes, fall on your knees. This is not heavy mental. This the master of the mysterious, the mind moving the macabre. Manipulate Mercury perfectly. My dark matter is horror. The golden guru of Google, the Yahweh of Yahoo and YouTube. Arm, leg, arm, horns, and crown of thorns head. Spawn the dawn of the dead. All the natives are blue and the sky was red. And at night the tribes glowed like stars. And all the planets look like feathers on heads. Little waters talking from the medicine bed. Ate unleavened bread, buns from the son of heaven. Fed crumbs from off the floor. Greeks with no teeth, just gums. Lick with their tongue, sit at the master's feet. Were bums, beggars, their legs were too weak and numb. Their gestures pointed to the deceased and young. Who else you know can rhyme like this? Who else you know can take your mind through a time you felt exist? Quiet your brain, let me help you with it. It's getting hot, check the Celsius. Hell melting every cell in yourself. You burn, turn your shell into a crisp. Your spirit leaves your physics like a mist to the outer limits. And the alchemist study your algorithms. Every sentence in my album's written, attempting to give you power building. Maybe turn you into flower children. The lotus, they notice when the alpha's risen. My ascension go through cloud dimensions. The mouse is fast, but the owl's sitting. His talons hitting for gripping. He's silent in blizzards. He flew down, touched the ground as a wizard. As he walked, he morphed into priest. When he walked, the portals like the immortal light. Meditating, shutting doors. The more I write, all the crystals in my house come together to form organite. The windows open up by themselves. Curtain blows, menorahs light. I hold on to the string theory. I pause, looking up at my higher self like I saw a kite. Divinity around me like a king, surrounded by all his knights.
Amazing.
proto-origin of blackness. The sun's like oranges and patches. I pick 'em, put 'em in baskets. Tree of life. His eyes is red, his teeth is white.
Very interesting face.
Woolly head, his feet ignites. Features of Christ.
And again, I knew it would be.
Unleashing the dead with me on the mic. Monumental, Congo temples, confidential, cosmos, ceremonial science. Serious supermind, manufacturer of manuscripts, mutating while rhyming. El Leon, devil spawn, hellish forms of angelic zealots, the rebellious warned, the selfish from dorms where relics are torn. I'm meditating with the natives in the sweat box. Water drops from the wet rocks. Our minds are free as it gets hot. Now I play chess a lot, study the Ma'at and the Sephiroth. I leave Ox, Megabot, Ziggurat, Spirit Watch, but which is not. I miss the spark in the mystic spot. I'm from the hominid that's dominant, a king's continent, streams of consciousness. Look around, there's crowns on a winged monument. The smoke rings are opening. See my providence of promises, the source of confidence. Gods and goddesses bask in the ambience. Most High should die if I should die before I wake and feel the evil embrace of the eagle's lethal claws fitting my paws and face. I pause as I'm left and taken away back to his cosmic nest. I'm losing consciousness. My spirit disconnects as it devours my flesh. It's called the coffin's caressed. The Heru hug. You are now with us above, amongst the angels of love. There's Abel, there's Enlil, there's Gabriel. That's the Hootie, that's the Hawker. That's the Muzi, and I'm the father. Golgotha. Now it's just a riverbank with seagulls and otters and fish that swimming through the skulls of heroes and martyrs. And right above is just a ground zero for joggers. And the days are old, they said they created souls from the wheel and the potter. The Kabbalah scroll said it's the wheel of the macabre. From the pineal is the zeal, is the seal of the Nagas. They said a strand of web is stronger still as rain is still on the flowers. More ground to till as you heal from the copper. I showed you my views while standing on the hill of Masada. Been Israel since a toddler.
Have you heard of Nag Hammadi? No? Let me tell you about it. The Nag Hammadi Library is a collection of 13 ancient books called codices, containing over 50 texts. Texts that present a radically different view of early Christian beliefs.
During the early race, man wanted real estate, so he started building shape. Others started to fill away, though they started killing snake. Those of the worldly faith found themselves in pearly gates. Left his seat as girl inflates. Blessed he who elevate, set the tea and meditate. Rain splash off of the stained glass. Medieval cathedrals that still stand in Spain and France. Skeleton fingers, how many diamonds his ring had. The courts had green grass. The hawks took spring baths. Across where kings clashed, they fought for the queen's hand. A masterpiece done by priests. Refractory property so unique. Sister goes Sophia in her holy seat. Her feet Alistair Crowley sleeps. It's where Kiss and Bon Jovi meet. To greet the beast, the owl covered in rosaries. Prophetess, potions, and poetry. Abraxas Reba Simha. The lion called Simba. When rhyming, I'm the Templar. The troubadour with music for the temper. The rooster call from roof to floor. The eyes in the center. The truth is all manly hall. What lies within the picture. The fruit don't fall. Nuclear war that ties within the scriptures. The zodiac sign of Hitler. More than one Jack the Ripper. More than one Shakespeare. For some of the take years. The Nag Hammadi god body. That practice motionless karate. The dragon on my Vatican Armani. Nag Hammadi, the craft I'm in, I'm mastering. The carpentry, the scaffolding. Corian stones to cornerstones. When I grab the pen, I fall in my zone and reach the African. Plastered in the walls of Rome, the priest is practicing. The royals on the doors of the dome, pads and fabric skin. On the mountain surrounded by columns, writing my album. All alone like a minute in Solemn, solving my problems. Gothic sanctuaries, a wall of St. Mary's. The Gospel of John, the scary lady. I've been drinking heavy, reading Psalms with nervous palms. Open the vote, grab my sword and my coat of arms. Murder I wrote. Nag Hammadi Library. Nag Hammadi Library.
Imagine finding a book that tells a completely different version of a story you thought you knew by heart. These manuscripts were hidden for a reason. In the the end, Nag Hammadi's texts aren't just relics. They're a bombshell on traditional teachings, showing us just how diverse and dynamic early Christian thought was.
The Moor from Berber, the Prince of Persia, a stitch of murder, the war observer, saw him lynch a herder, blood rinsed from a lurker. Took a risk when he heard her neck in his grip, then he jerked her. Whispered pagan prayers, then let her go down the stairs. Curtains blew everywhere, he hurried through the night air. Lights flared from the watchtower. Search team with Rockwallers, kings that got power. From queens that drop flowers, screams grew a lot louder. He schemes as the fox prowler. Caught him on the trail, lit the veil, tried to impale, it didn't go well, they both fell. Grabbed his coattail as the moon swelled in the open sky. The ocean in his eyes saw blue whales. From mountain high, the falcon glide above the island tribes. Caught smiling at his finger prize from off his claw. He fell to his own demise for all his losses. Hell has thrones inside. His flesh and bones collected by the tides. Sand wet with foam, bubbles till they dry. The morning comes, the sky is lit with the sun. It's the earth kingdom, full 360 is spun. Prince amongst the living ones, children will run. Sit down and listen stunned how his mission was won. He said the night before I had dreams of being betrayed by the God. They consulted on a plan, I prayed on it hard. By day I cannot rest, by night there is no peace. I spoke to nobles, the wise men, and the holy priests. They told me it was grief, showed me to my sleep. I slowly went in deep, there I fought on beasts. Awakened with torn sheets, wrestled with devils and leveled his armies. The calm meek was breathed, too tense to speak. I turned the other cheek after I murdered his elite. I'm the Canaanite king with Babylonian wing. My battle's holy supreme. Arrows are loaded on your team. As I swing the axe, all our kings are black. I'm the murderer and Merkaba. All bow and worship us. No book can interpret us. We're before night. We are pure light. We absorb sight. We're the tallest height. We are called the bright. For social culture. As the day falls to its closure, like a retrograde turning off its motor. And the earth's shadow is in full exposure. 200,000 rays of light, slightly beige white, silvery dark grays overtake the third boulder. The land of kings and gods in the heavens are now lowered. Talk to him, priest. For a fortress, they ride on horses and kill with soldiers. The greed of man, the seed of damn, for we are the I am. Back when Africa was a tropical rainforest, the Tyrannosaurus, the planet's purest, went from combat with hands to swordmen, the cannons for warring. Check the canyons for drawing, spamming major land of porous, unknown forces. The first books was just talking, and man found a way to record it. In ancient Samaria, they found records of schools and mortgage, tools they used for schools and soaring. Back when the natives first saw New Orleans.
Purple.
Yeah. Killah Priest. Quiet Ford, one accord. Wu-Tang. The years, one. Temple of Doom, astronauts sent from the moon. Foreign countries, the mummies awake in their tomb. Cobwebs attached to bobbleheads. In the shed, apostles are dead. The old man begs when gospel is spread. The bees are hung, tarot cards are read. The carol is sung, rituals are said. Seance in the mausoleum. Outside, Lucifer drives by in the car that's European. Far from where the guards can see him. The Higgs sister with bows in their hair, all posed in a chair. The picture is not clear. In the corner, the photo of baby with dolls in the stairs. I write drama, horror, karma, conquerors of the trauma. Mother Teresa, Jeffrey Dahmer, the cigar smoke, sit on top of the scenery. I move pins like machinery. Mystery channel, light the candle. The black mice crawl over pianos. 3 children in the book of Daniels. Mystery channel, the mystery channel, the mystery channel. Mystery channels, like candles. Black mice crawl over pianos. 3 children in the book of Daniels. Mystery channels, the mystery channels. the Mystery Channel. I tried to hide in England, demons chased me screaming, begging for my semen. I felt the beast breathing, switched the scene. They want my genes. The black crow sits on the arm of kings. Satan let go of murder of ravens. The goat masons prepare the feast with the beast with smoked bacon. Took an oath towards the whole nation. Dracula from Africa, disguised as an ambassador, the virus carrier. I'm Sherlock Holmes with otherworld-like poems. Michelangelo with the flow, Darwin theories, the Martian series. Channel L, planet of hell, the warlock spells, the door knock, then the bell. Dwell in the land of Nod, looking for a god, follow that star. I'm Solomon Mars, or King Zohar, the crystal epistles, squeeze knowledge pistols. Wow, wow. Or stand up, keep tut. Mystery Channel, light the candle. The black mice crawl over pianos. 3 children in the book of Daniels. Mystery Channel, the Mystery Channel, the Mystery Channel. Mystery channels, like candles. Black mice crawl over pianos. 3 children in the book of Daniels. Mystery channels, the Mystery Channels. It's the Mystery Channel.
Purple.
Escorted to my torment, my pen opened up the coffin. It's horrid, it's quite awkward. Just walk with Walter forward. See me trying on guard ornaments. The hooded king gleam like porcelain. Y'all seen the portrait in portions. It emulates greatness like the offering. Prince of the presence, the legend. To befriend, to call them brethren. But that's dead when you fill his ears with poisons. What's his origin? You supposed to enjoy friends, but instead you try to exploit them. Now you trying to avoid them. Shape shift your weed branches with fire, blow out the negative gases. I rap with passion, not for fashion, to provoke reaction. Your chances are slim for being shady. I have all of them relapsing. I spit classics. Open your mind and your mouth is where I fit the magic. Open the canvas of your thoughts is where I spit the graphics.
Air lights is like mine. Air lights is like mine. Day and night I write rhymes. Day and night I write rhymes. Air lights is like mine. Air lights is like mine. Day and night I write rhymes. Day and night I write rhymes.
I'm chasing destiny, past my future's therapy, telepathy. Look at my face, see a ruler. One day ride my scooter, the wheels came off, became horses, the seat became a chariot. My yard into a fortress, I'm sitting off a cliff. The sky open, begin talking, telling me my fortune, saying I should be hit with stones, then should break my bones, leave me on the ground and die all alone. But out your bones, I will stack it like Legos. The dirt, I will stretch it out like Play-Doh and form a body, then breathe the breath of life. You will be resurrected with mics, then form a hex with light. There will be no copies, you are mine.
Air lights is like mine. Air lights is like mine. Day and night I write rhymes. Day and night I write rhymes. Air lights is like mine. Air lights is like mine. Day and night I write rhymes. Day and night I write rhymes.
Now hold on, let me explain. God captured greatness, shaped it into a form of a brain. I was born to be king, the orphan it was drawn in the flame. But this time adorned me with rings, not gold rings, but rings around Saturn. Check the pattern of rhymes I wrote and that I mastered in. Okay, you mix greatness with immortality and added God morality. A throne spoke the name of priest from a palace on the mountain right off the sea. It said the psychic world of Walter Reed. I perform lyrical sorcery. God's tale has made my regalia, lightning for my fringes and thunder for embroidery. My hand of candles, all for 2 CDs. The secret private life of plants, the diligent and militant commodity and colonies of ants. The spiritual and telekinetic mind of children, all rolled up in rhymes that are chillin'. Black lost tribes of Israel, official, with bars of truth chopped up in crystal on fish scales. Baking powders of Satan power, devoured pots of boiling water of Torah. Though the dragon with his legion of demons screaming in my coat kettles of slaughter. Place a capsule of your rap dudes to take back to school. This is something to relax to.
Like mine. Day Day and night, I write rhymes. Day and night, I write rhymes. Air lights is like mine. Air lights is like mine. Day and night, I write rhymes. Day and night, I write rhymes.
First came the wings, then the angel. His spirit actually appeared to you.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Straight up, I gotta talk to y'all about angels right now. Just bugging. Y'all don't even be knowing. Y'all be having them all around you, protecting you. Angels. Just wanna talk about angels. Something different, right? This real stuff.
Angels, angel, Elohim. In the skies, fly with eagle wings. Come on, angel, angel, Elohim. In the skies, fly with eagle wings. Angels, angel, Elohim. In the skies, fly with eagle wings. Angels, Elohim. In the skies, fly with eagle wings.
First Genesis and let us. First of all, we have to discuss who is the us. Who helped form man from out of the dust? Who helped make lands and fill the sea up? It was us in greater form. We helped create storms. They take newborns and embrace them in their arms. They hold harps and play God his favorite songs. Touch the heart and make it warm. They talk to preachers, they sit on ether. Some say they touch women in the bleachers, give them Caesars. They fight demons, they like creeping angels. They govern kingdoms, yo, come on, angels. Elohim in the sky, fly with eagle wings. Angels, Elohim in the skies, they fly with eagle wings. Angels, Elohim in the skies, they fly with eagle wings. Angels, Elohim in the skies, they fly with eagle wings. Angels, they brought the message from the heavens. Confused man about the immaculate conception. They dress in all black in their presence. You know they answers to man's questions while he's questioning. The cherubim and the cherubim. Man should cherish them, but don't worship them. Why? Cause they here to service men. Angels, they walk with plain clothes, never let their wings show. Angels, Elohim in the sky, fly with eagle wings. Angels, Elohim in the sky, fly with eagle wings. Angels, Elohim in the sky, fly with eagle wings. Angels, Elohim in the sky, fly with eagle wings. Angels, they with you in prison, show us visions, play with your children, introduce us to women. They surround leaders and politicians, acknowledged by Christians, followed by wisdom. You can hear them, they could be around you right now, sitting with their wings hitting. The ghosts of the night drifting, float on the light skipping. Put my soul in conviction, just listen to the energy, channels into the angels. Come on, angels,
knowing, man, what's around y'all.
Skies, fly with eagle wings.
You don't even know what's up in the heavens, cat. That be talking, word, cat be trying to creep up on you and shoot you. But you don't know why. You know, why he just, something just changed his mind. Reaching his pants, reaching his pocket, instead of pulling out a razor, pull out $1 and give it to you. Shit like that just bug the mental out. No, man. Angels be around the day. Cat can just one up on you. Like, yo, what up? We in his pocket. Instead of put out a knife or something, a gun or something, pull out some money and give it to you, you know? You working funny in the world, you don't know. Yo, they cover the whole universe. Walk with us, man. The Holy Spirit, you know?
gone to heaven. His body's work is completed. It walked under the sun and the moon, over sand and stone, sinned, felt pain, yearned for heaven. We commend his remains to our God. Flesh, the master no longer needs you. Melts away.
By the White Lake in grandmother's land lived about 8 clans. In the midst of the tribes and their wives and children stood a very brave man. His look disturbed as he came into the chief tents for the 3rd time, drenched, convinced that little waters exist. For the 3rd time, he was with us during a vision ceremony. We haven't seen him since. Agitated, he started punching his own hand with his fist. The chief said, "Tall bear, you're losing your wits. You must get a grip. The ant people want your attention, and you must resist." There was no little waters with us at the fire pit, but chief, he did exist. I'm not sick, he's the one we shared our peace pipe with. He spoke wonderful and righteous, discipline, enlightenment. Do you remember during the ceremony, we took the trumpet plant to see in advance. Our visions did enhance, and you warned us of the ants before we slipped into a trance. Little waters, and you over there, you put an eagle feather in his hand. I know, because during the ceremony I glanced. You said you felt the power of the yak and the elk. Little waters played the drums to bring back your health. The chief said, "Please, tall bear, relax yourself. Maybe we should bring in some tribes women and ask them for help." So as the night stormed, tall bear went on and on how they spoke on upper plains and other life forms, and how little waters captured the bison, revisit their boyhood, the joys of the white owl in the oak woods, the spirit journey to the snow wolves. Did the horse dance, sing a rain song? How he came and gone, this is no good. Chief said, "Tall bear, I knew and spoke to you for many years. I wish your grandfather was still here, but this case is so rare. People and memories just don't disappear. I have no idea, but please have a seat right here. Maybe you're going crazy. Have you had sleep lately?" Then he called for the tribes and the medicine ladies. They arrived with great urgency. "What's the emergency?" Chief said, "Tall bear needs your care." They all looked confused. They all asked, "Who?" Chief said, "Ask him yourself." They looked around the room and said, "Chief, who are you talking to?" The chief said, "Tall bear, he's sitting right there." They asked, "Where?" "There's no one else here except us and you." The chief's eyes stunned with terror and fear. His face just flared. Moments go by as they all just stare. Hours later, the children walk in the TV from behind their backs, then look around the circle, then ask, "What are y'all staring at?" The spider lady turned and said, "The chief is very sick and hallucinating." The children said, "What chief? From outside, y'all sound like y'all was talking to the ancient. For years, it was only us, near the tree called Wounded Knee. Above the hills, where the Sioux and the big waters run free. By the White Lake, the night draped in silence over undiscovered landscapes. Daybreak, pine mountains, drink from the many puddles that the rain makes. Bushes of trumpet flowers, wild grapes, marsh showers, and grass snakes. As the sun bakes the empty space near White Lake and Wounded Knee, the birds fly from the tree, cause every now and then that place shakes, the ground trembles. Just in that spot, on the right night, you can feel a mild earthquake. In grandmother's land. In grandmother's land. In the grandmother's land, the time first began. Who was there? Tall Bear, Little Waters, the chief, or was it incomplete? Were the three really there? Or the medicine Listen, ladies. In grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land, grandmother's land. Wine time.
In grandmother's land, in grandmother's land, were they ever there? The tall bear, the chief, in little water. In grandmother's land, in grandmother's land, were they ever there? The tall bear, the chief, in little waters. In grandmother's land, we walk the burning sands.
Welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcast. I'm your host, Killah Priest.
We've had to slow it down compared to what they think dope is today.
Young Gotti, corrupt Gotti.
20 years, Horseman. We was doing this since we was young, guys. Right. All the way till now.
That's right.
Time is everything, because time is our friend.
God is first. You know what I'm saying? Without love, you don't have nothing. Without family, you don't have nothing. These will make the world go round.
One of the best boxers on the planet Earth, Zab Judah, man.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. I fuck with the whole Wu. Shaheem.
Yeah, Shaheem. Yeah.
Shaheem was that's my little bro right there.
Exactly. The Morpheus of rap.
Yeah. Once you do the knowledge, you'll learn that a mistake is not a mistake. It's a learning experience.
I'm Dane Calloway, and I'm just here to make you think. My main concern is to get us cognizant of what happened to us, because we can force the changes together.
Oh, man, I thought that was Questlove at first, God.
The Per Emharu, it is 78 feet long. It's in the British Museum, and there's several translations of it. And this is the origins of the concept in book form or in paper form of a heaven and a hell, an afterlife, ordinances, spirituality. This is the origin of it.
They have made sure that all over the world, the sun is the most important symbol. God's sun is in heaven. And that's why you will have the story of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, which is spring, summer, autumn, winter, the 4 seasons of the year, with his 12 helpers, 12 signs of the zodiac.
Atom means one. So atom meaning unity, they are odd numbers. Odd is Adam. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. They cannot be divided. Eve, even numbers, is 2. That's why she came to divide in the Garden of Eden. And she is evil because she's even numbers.
There is no time. There's a point of singularity where time is created. At the middle of our terrarium is a black hole, y'all. All the ancestors saw this force as a great mother who was giving birth to life, which is time. In most cultures, you had a yin and a yang, a god and a goddess. The world religion was introduced where they replaced that concept with God and the devil. But the devil is really the diva in Hindu culture.
What are the odds just before the moon landing, you have a NASA administrator, you have a NASA astronaut, a sci-fi author, movie director, senior administrator of NASA all together in Hollywood? What are the odds?
Do you remember when Elon Musk said that we live in a simulation?
Yeah.
Well, he knows we do. That's the point. He knows we do. Your Gateses and these people, and your Swabs, they know we live in a simulation. They just don't want us to know.
I can show you where the logos come from in ancient Egypt. It goes all the way to Kemet and Eden.
I always feel like I'm seeking out like-minded people who can surrender themselves to the creative process as something to do to be alive, to be connected to the cosmic forces that govern humanity and the earth. And I always have seen that in you, and that's why I'm such a fan of yours.
I feel about to cry.
If you haven't freed yourself from that birth certificate.
I feel the rain. I feel the rain. I feel the rain. I feel the rain. Now this was Eden before the gardens. I saw a couple gods try to start some during a cool day. They in the forest, digging the good soil before the harvest. They had food markets with products of Marduk. From stardust, they made Asterisk the goddess. Let's build a garden. Eden is the region, it is decent. All agree, the north, west, south, and the east prince. The gods came in sequence. We'll put them at the gates of the yard in case of defense. Protect the temple we call trees from the heathens. Me, I'm watching it all. I saw them cut the rock in the forest, then prop them as walls. The temples went up like trees, amongst fields of reeds. Above the hills I saw a whale called the mother of these. And wasn't Lil and his brother Inky. Let's flood these seeds. The scenery dreamy, rosters chant Ibingi. Most high tribes of prophets are priestly and kingly. Cultic officials do the temple service, cause they're not about comfort and paradise. It's about purpose. There's a place that's clean where the cherubs wipe and keep the temple furnished. They hair like wool, they skin like brass. It's if you place it in the furnace. Some call the bull, some the lamb. Eyes were red like they're burning. The 7 spirits, 7 churches. This one lyrics and heaven merges. The appearance of 7 serpents. Like unto a leopard the world worship. They gave power unto the beast to devour the son of beasts. Sit among his seat. They built pyramids, but he's the one with the least. Thousands of statues with faces of angels worried around the sanctuary. Gray smoke with the fragrance heavy. A smell of oak with a taint of berries. All those that worked in the tabernacle. Mounted falcons and walls with jackals. A queen sits wearing a winged disc. A jury shaped like a phoenix. A king's list and the laws of Anu. The sacred knowledge called an apple. They made it polished to attract you. To know that naked is unnatural. And when a snake hits, that is taboo. And the spaceships in the Apsu. Phoenicians all in Eden. Along with angels, fallen demons. It built the garden for King Sargon. Planted trees in the alphabet Yah forms. Made books from it, Kabbalah. The other trees look haunted, macabre. And it was written before the flood amongst the living. From the mud it was risen. To take blood it was unforgiven. From above I look between the tree shrubs. What do you know? I see a young kitten.
I just want you to understand.
First station, before the earth creation and the birth of nations. When the feather serpents worked with Satan, the wormholes gigantic. Before thermodynamics, the eternals were planning. Within the conjugation of the mighty, 24 heads elongated in the psyche. And my thoughts on space evaporates at a rapid pace. A ghostly coyote on a never-ending rabbit chase. Matter shapes, the blackness gapes. Wait, saw the flying disc shine. This time, don't stop the tape. The ones that call themselves the watchers spake. They conjugate, they conversate in psalms and lightning and storms. The divine sovereign council in glory lay down ground rules as they delegate. 12 nagas like helicopters, feathers like propellers. Each a color of the chakras, spinning towards the nebula. The craft mother moving clockwork out in the interstellar. Deepest students at Oxford and talking to fortune tellers. My very foundation and pillar of existence is in questioning of natural physics. What have I actual witness? That they really measure time and not distance. A light year is the total distance the light appears to here in 1 year from the spheres in 1 year's time. But it disappeared light years before humankind. The moving eye only see the illusion of its shine. Simplicity is a clever disguise, worn by the most profound, mysterious questions. Why? Can you number the sands on the beach or the stars in the sky? To understand Killah Priest is to go inside. Go inside, go inside. painting snakes on their tomb walls. Waves at night, the moon draws. Flames ignite. Canaanites build a huge ball and statues through their halls. Suma put a boom shumgal. Vadum to voodoo dolls. I fine tune, high noon. You'll never find another like Lou Ross. Passing through the waterless places, seeking rest. Sleep is just one of the phases, more or less. Death is a concept for stages. I pour my best into the context of the pages. You choose the Wizard of Oz or Wisdom of God. I write the cans, the sleight of hands, the lyrics are cards. For the hearts, 8 are diamonds. I jack a queen, my ace deuce slick fly on my head as it lean. Vodka and club soda, where mobsters rub shoulders. Show some love. He sent me a bottle over, throw him in the rug. $100 to the chauffeur, owe him a hug. Hot waters and penny loafers, shiny socks. Wherever I step, I light a box. Looking for Billy? Nah, I'm looking for a millie. Don't be silly. Take them rocks off, knocking them socks off. Eye into your mouth, give you lockjaw. Turn the place red like it's hot sauce. Names get marked off. I flame and spark bores, and I got a lot more bars. I had to get it off my chest. Good night, y'all. It's God in the living flesh. Lyricist, 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 lyricist. My name is the Killah Priest, aka King Zohar. Ghostface Killah. Rilla. We got this thing called Dynamite Sticks. Bestseller. Dr. Zodiac, my man Solo. Yeah. Smooth like fur coats and cognac. Yeah. Yeah. With me. Slow it down. Alright, speed it up. We'll fall into a groove. Yo. Remind me of vanilla winters, a mango sun, turntables spun, hell Avengers, go cables hung, puffin' dynamite like it's April 1, so kinda fool, time to move, LA, sunshine and pools, take a pull, paid in full, Suma guards with the ancient bulls, dynamite sticks, so google woogle, take a nice rip, spider webs for voodoo, act a fool going cuckoo, head full of loose screws. I'm drifting in dimensions, Zachariah Sitchin, rapid fire spitting higher vision, twisted from the scented master lighter, LED flicking, yeah, vanilla mango, the THC like it's purple, I'm thankful, pass around in circles, hand it back to you by Urkel, like how the fuck Urkel get here, pineapple coconut, sample the golden puff, USB charger, attach the battery, load the cartridge, smoke follow the partridge, the wheat ayahuasca, dynamite sticks hit like a roster,
Yo, I shine like the crystals on a live sativa, and that Woo-Goo oil that caramelize the reefer. Flooding the region, big balls of the chiefin', the pen circulating the patients, that's Middle Eastern. SC Lab study the strains like terpenes under microscope slides, watch every move like Herb Dean. Herbs green, every verb words green. Flowers stir, sit you on a curve like you were sipping on Serb lean. Speak easy, boys, move like a Ouija board, dropping off Woo-Goo packages on ski resorts. Pounds tied up in the box with black TV cords, stashed out secret compartment that's sitting under floors. Ghouls, sour kush oils plus CBDs, international. We made it, we on BBC. GFK all day with that THC, TSA. They never frisk me like I get it free.
Pure hash Seashore scented, vanilla mango incense, coconut soda cups, tea oolong minted, strawberry pineapples, liquid clear capsules, loaded in the sticks. It's explosive when it hits. You'll be two-stepping like I'm opening this bitch. Press the pen and take a puff. When you feel you took enough, pass it to the rabbit, say you took too much. No need for rolling up the Dutch, all you need is a touch. Dr. Zodiac, smoking like a maniac, cure depression, only thing that make my brain relax. Take a toke, blow out the Killah smoke. It tastes good, try a weed line soap. Look, lemon drops, lollipops in a mini shop.
About to see what's behind the ice wall. Ice. We about to see what's behind the ice wall. Yeah.
Eskimo scripts, snow glyphs, language seems the oldest. The ancient kings and poets. Pole shift, I try to keep my composure beneath the solar eclipse. Exposure, what happens next and over. I'm trekking over. Polar bears is nowhere. All white snow gear with no fear. Who else been here? We have no idea. The whole sky is clear. As far as the other side, we just polarized and appeared. Priest and Donnie notified the spheres. Reporting for Admiral Byrd. We see cattle and herds and see people and hear their voices in our head and comprehend it. Though in their appearance it seems like they just babbling words. Who's these pharaohs we observe? Who's these masters that serve? On the other side, disasters occurred. They said you safe here, Shakespeare.
We about to see what's behind the ice wall. We about to see what's behind the ice wall. We about to see what's behind the ice wall. Ice. We about to see what's behind the ice wall. We about to see what's behind the ice wall. Ice. We about to see what's behind the ice
Looking
wall.
at the Kuiper belt, these stories that these eyes can tell. Why it's all this ice up here, melt through this icy hill. 1,700 miles beyond the North Pole, no more ice or snow. Green forest, lakes, and rivers, the great unknown. What I seen could have been the epitome. Amethyst, lapis, aquamarine, ain't got nothing on the crystal city. As we journey into the hollow earth, different flying pies emerge. Take over controls, everything was froze. Guiding me down, suppose. In my mind they spoke, gave me wisdom. I felt primitive, I was asleep, now woke. Then my eyes would glow. It was traced, not dosed, with my pinal comb. Future wars was told, fortune tellers. 3 wishes from the genie, was it worth the toll? Imagine knowing the unthinkable. Codes to the universe, I got receipts for them.
We about to see what's behind the ice wall. Now we 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 see what's behind the ice wall. Ice. Now we see what's behind the ice wall. Now we see what's behind the ice wall.
My arrival. They said I appeared in an astro suit. He never had no youth. Supreme gene variation in haplogroups. Strong and natural as my afro roots. Or twist by a queen the same color as apple juice. Lord God, Lord Son, the first pharaoh Zeus. Past many sand dunes. Sing carols to my powerful parables. Egyptian tan moon, Cobra desert. The oldest letters, Homo erectus. I rise like the Tower of Babel. Unfinished steps go around, no windows. While in Tibet, the sky turned yellow, then green and gold like lentils. While over Rome, the sky was various shades of wine. Egypt, all the falcons circled the sky. The temperature went up like the ears of a jackal. The priest said, surely this is a sign. Close your eyes and vision my rhymes. For they record me, they press and rewind. Purely, I'm line for line. In my glory, like the sun I shine. Carving my story in the stones of time. There's no door key to a home-free mind. Man was made on the 6th day by mixing the bar and thick clay. The and met the key in the Amun Ray. Concentrate then animate. 6 neutrons, 6 protons, 6 electrons inside of a hexagon. My lexicon, no weapons formed against a rapid Decepticon. I move like I'm inside the movie Inception, but calm in the depths of this song. Hope your perception is on. 6 on the periodic table is carbon. That's the garden. The atoms, evolution, the hurricanes. I'm able, causing floods and reoccurring rain. The archangels will blame, but to this day, the oldest structures of triangles remain. Holding your brain, please don't go insane. It can get deep when I speak, I refrain. Meaning there's certain codes I sustain. I know what it contains, so the poet just entertains. Saw Michael, saw Prince, saw Kurt Cobain. My glitter socks in my heart-shaped box. My tears drop like purple rain. On top of my penny loafers, I'm trying to reach nirvana through yoga. Is there any hope for our culture? They don't really care about us. Signs of the time. Tea smell like spirits, that's Henny and soda. Is anybody there? Can anybody hear? Am I clear? I'm sitting in my chair. Suddenly I'm in Times Square. Then a prehistoric New York. I'm talking waterfalls, gigantic eggs. A pterodactyl rose up behind me and flew off. I'm seeing smoky canyons where Queens was. I'm talking flatlands, green hills. Bronx, Manhattan, and Brooklyn was mountains. Monkeys and streams of mud. Suddenly I'm sitting in front of volcanoes in between floods. The time was rare, fresh air. Turn to my left, think I can see China from here. Millenniums from now, when they ask who was the greatest poets. From the cradle to the oldest, just wait a moment. Debate the omens, fight to bring up my name in your brain. For some it took the days of COVID for them to take notice. Every dope rhyme I say you play on components. I slayed opponents that keep rising but disappear like waves in the ocean. Carry the weight of remorse and confusion at equal measure. As I return to my throne with my foot on a black stone with Hebrew letters. Silence swallows my courts. The justice becomes stiff as a corpse. As the weight of my words sit in their thoughts. Freeze an infinite force. Their faces etched with questions. Then shook like an etch-a-sketch. Out the text, how did he resurrect? I'm out of the second death, the house of Melchizedek. Not dying, just held my breath. Start climbing from hell steps. The gravity of the situation began to settle. They said horrified, he's in the skin of the devil. An eerie suspense, each discovery echoed. Chambers of whispered fears and fractured stories of my missing years. Now I'm back on glory. The enigmatic writing with the tip of a lightning is frightening. In my textbook that death put rehearses, writing fort green verses and red hooks. Inside of my bed-style bars, it's all shots. I found skills in Brownsville, wall to wall with ops. More things to jot, more things to watch. So the task push to Flatbush, a ring around the block. All the hood flicks and Bushwick. It's like I wrote with a bullet. From my memoirs gun, triggers, ideas building. The results unschooled the reality. Sun Tzu's mentality, this kung fu that balanced me. The T makes me the Alpha Omega MC. I died laughing, attended my own funeral, left wine glasses, shedding tears of joy like weddings. In the atmosphere near destroyed, my index on Jesus' death. Till I get my point across, took the stride of torrents, trying to wipe the anointing off. Lamps with no oil, y'all vessels for the devil. Throw shade, roll over in your grave, I got the shovel. My face in the terror. Read your palm, see the storm, escape from the ghetto. Where the air thick as a pair of griffins, above the stained glass window sitting. Angels Styles clash in my writtens. There's blood, paint, and ashes in my scriptures. Back off, this ain't what you asked for, it's forbidden. You don't need a passport, all you need is a thought, it's cemented. Dimensions, you're going in and coming out every sentence. Peace to Kai Zodiac, Star Map Ascension. Priesthood recordings, standing ovation, the whole nation. I can see Julius Caesar applauding. The search now through purple clouds. Shout out to Thurston Howe, polo shirts through power. Ourselves roar across, Ralph Lauren, behold a pale horse. Young men that fell court, some sell, some snort, some nail to the cross, while others make bail. That's jail in New York, in every city, state, and every coast. Though there's plenty ways to never choke. Never choke. Gliding on the wings of the wind, causing leaves to blow. Cicada in nature feeds my soul. No ego, I just let go. Summer breeze, bumblebees, fruit hung from leaves, roots sprung from seeds. In June, lightning bugs glow. My writing does grow, like a rosebud opens in snow. Who knows my flows, how deep can I go? I wrote for 52 weeks in a row. Who with me from the city, cause I speak from the soul. I planted, then wrote a universe off of Neptune. My heart beats off my eardrums. Dark is my skin tone, I begin to tune out. In my bedroom, for those who doubt, the greatest ever to do this is say it through music. But I don't play acoustics, that's for Andre 3000. The Scarface on guitar and bass, and the Almighty Roots crew. I just rhyme like I got a loose screw. I designed it from the mind of a guru in Peru. In gear, Shakespeare's for 10 years, and mentioned with Wu. Through dimensions I flew, with Stevie Vision. I can see blindfolded imagination. My rhymes open, man's creation. African, large clans, tribes, lands, and nations. But where I'm from, what's my native tongue? Am I an old model robot or the latest one? Will I leave before my grave come? Or will they hurry to bury Helen's only brave son? Or if they cremate, will they have a clean slate? But wait, how's his ashes turned into sage? We've been burning them for 120 days in fire. He's not a rapper, he's a messiah. He came out looking like sapphire. His eyes were like quartz. That's just my thoughts. Hip-hop is great. Do you got Drake or Kendrick Lamar? They went in with the bars, but I told you since heavy mental I've been on Mars. Wake me up when you place a rock in my law. Some Big Daddy Kane, I know it's their reign. K-Dot and Drake, the Rick diss from Game. I'm trying to figure who I am and they say never change. Damn, it's a shame. I can read the room and understand body language, like medieval tattoos and godly paintings. I'll leave y'all with clues, sorry, I know y'all waiting, just be patient. Celestial grammar went forth, now me and purpose in talks. Damn, I'm at a fork. Abraxas, Rebus, Simha, Pleroma. Can't help it, I'm a loner. What I'm cooking up, smell the aroma. Solar gems coming with the hell of an odor. I wrote this on Mother's Day, I'm getting my third win. Summer's coming, let's do it again. They say play more, Killer Priest. From my throne in the temple, I hear the streets. I heard your cries. The smoke of big incense into my nose. Fire came out my mouth and kindled the coals. Lit all the candles and burnt up the drapes. The fire ran through the walls, down the hall, burning up the place. No one is safe. Here comes the Royal Priesthood. AD, hand me the sword, Lord of Lords. Trophies, wall to wall, no order more. Bible Dawn, Taiwan Jin, order more. A dynasty is brewing, I'll be looking over ruins. It's been a while, my history I start renewing. 26,000 years, clouds in my ear. Armor on my shoulders, then two great owls appear. My face like a lion with the mouth of a bear. Spitting rhymes, all the fouls drop out the air. A-T-W-T-D, W-G-P. UTB, what's the meaning, priest? And they worship the dragon which gave power unto the beast. I sit alone in this seat.
You must gain balance within yourself.
I'll tell you of it. The winter sun, Mars stars. Tell me everything you know. Silk, hallucinogenic power. When Shiva was born, the seed turned to milk.
Yes.
And it snowed turmeric powder. One of her hands reached down and planted the Bodhi.
Yes.
Then handed out roti with chickpeas. Amongst the thick leaves, sat the yogi, wearing big beads. Then here comes Jenna, the enlightener.
Are you ready?
You smell the spice as she entered. She painted the tiger in stripes with henna. The oldest scrolls, called the Rigavita.
That's right.
Hair was not ether, bigger features.
Yes.
Near the golden monkey, the stone toad, and the salamander. Before Alexandria was conquered by Alexander. Where the gods with the bronze head met the beasts with the blonde dreads.
Yes.
Dalai Lama meets Brahma, they feast on non-bread. The Buddha was happy and chubby, rubbed the belly, feel lucky.
Good one.
The gods got mean and turned green like mint chutney.
Moving on.
Romulus and Remus, the she-wolf gave birth to her puppies.
Yes.
A kid sat doing yoga, played with his pet cobra. He said, Father, I have no attachment. I am one with everything. The sky blackened.
Everything is connected.
Then came Vishnu from out of flying crystal. I Star Trek through Tibet. Landed down near plants and insects. Approached the orange-robed monk that sat in front of the monastery, the temple of forgotten vows, of silence, sweat drip from my brow. I bowed, priest, return to Easter Island, witness me coming down from a cloud, holding the mic, hold back the crowd. Melchizedek inheritance, genetic transmission, mysteries of El Leon. Feel the wizardry as you impale to a stone. That's word to Ganesh, killing Dumbo. In the Laura Temple, a Ajanta cave in the jungle, beneath the stars. Many of the ancient gods depict bulls, snakes, birds, or card. Original manuscript held as archives, locked in a vault. Through the cobwebs and smoke, the living dead, spell sand and ghosts. The deepest rhymes I ever wrote, beneath the shrine of the goats. Wet, naked, and soaked, from a baby male to Gabriel, riding Haley's tail. Comments hitting your conscience like 80 wells. The teachers in their pride, vain boast, they know nothing. This mic holds substance, and it is they who obey and truly succeeded in achieving total ignorance and sheer bliss. I'm here for years, until I'm gone, I'll leave saffron. Saffron. I leave saffron. So as he was, as the priest is born inside of a stone egg, fell off a mountain, cracked, came up, he rapped. Perhaps I take you to the temple soon. You all be tripping. The smell of perfume.
Accept the reality.
She was there for your father's funeral. The love you shared was unusual. Every turn you was there when the son had the flu. Nothing compares, y'all were beautiful. Then you marry her, and it'll be that same chick that'll cheat on you.
We don't have to fit in, like we can just be ourselves.
Now how that feels, when a child you raise, you used to throw the ball where it grows up and say that you're not real. You ever brung someone a meal while they in bed? Soon as you turn your head, they got the imaginary finger gun pointing at you like they're shooting to kill. It's enough to give your arms the chills. Find the youth to build, only the truth can heal. Or maybe we need more weed farm skills. Rolling and smoking, but we all on pills. Where did we go wrong? Nuclear bomb testing fields. Weapons concealed. Federal suggestions a bill. No one questions their will. Just film collections and stills. Unreal elections reveal. Until a reflection in material. It's like we lost on Israel. We march when police kill us, but we don't march when we kill ourselves. Dying in heaven and living in hell. Wait, try this on your plate. A vision, hard to erase. You started out as best friends, from friends to brothers, from brothers to him pointing a gun in your face. I picture the sun above a lake. Children running coffee breaks. Mr. Softy, ice cream cakes. Saturday mornings, old people walking. A labyrinth forest, I'm headed for the orbit. Outdoor cafe, summer in August. clouds, the fogs, the rainfall. Every flower species must bloom. Briefly, very leafly, reishi mushrooms. Found in teepees, they steep tea in cups brewed. Around 15, I was a fan of wild style and crush groove. Now I've grown up, the microphone's clutch. Check 1, 2. Am I loud enough? Can y'all hear me in the back? Throw your hands up if it's too loud or muffled. Now after I'm done, it will never be the same. An invention on the mic that would change everything. Many lived before me, told her or his stories, placing their pyramids for glory. Such primitive categories. My raps invented in laboratories. Apartment 2D and 4D. Invented the formula. Here it warms your blood. Fear is storm above. And it's calm like water does. And normal love. It's a formal drug. It's a shorty.
I'm going to play you a healing music from the Holy Land. The first part has a tear to it. Let that tear flow through your entire being and wash gently but effectively the causes of all pain, all constrictions, all barriers to communication, and make room for the second part, the celestial rhythm. And this celestial rhythm will create harmony from within yourself. So just all you have to do is just to listen to this and just relax.
Yeah, spinning around, balance from out the Merkaba, pure form, priest. Okay. A circle of virtue, 432 hertz of woo. Horizontal, vertical, personal view. Spinning like I earth move. The first jewel, the universe is you. External, internal, my best journal. Inferno, it's gonna burn, turning for eternal. Engulfed in the cloak of light. Tell my story in glory, ultra bright. I'm Yoda when I write. The rotor within the axle. The bearing with the inlining. The tires of fire, driven by Messiah. Steering wheels of 7 seals. The whole heaven kneels. It gives my soul a pleasant feel. Though I do it for the precious thrill. And all the legends dead in fields. They know when I flow, Armageddon's real. My armor is shredded steel. Holding weapons, a double-headed dragon on my shield. The golden shepherd in the midst of explosive wreckage. Billions of volts flowing through each record. I call each rhyme I write the electric bill. Full of enlightenment, plus I make MC exciting. I'm rare, when you see me it's a sighting. Like Bigfoot or the pyramid books. Lost periods of Kush. Paintings reveal how Assyrians look. Name the flame that appeared in the bush. See my Musa. 6-winged beings, seraphims, Elohims. Buried kings, since the Holocene. Carry the genes of rulers. Marry the queens of Sumer. The chariot rings are super. They swing low, sweet like treats. For the nation of kings and priests. See the message, but they quiet like tweets. From green lizards to Leviathan's teeth. From streams to rivers to rhymes of the beast. That's why I'm unique. Yeah. Priest is in rare form. I'm in pure form. G-Force. AABR. Above and beyond rap. I mean, I was always fascinated by the mystics of alchemy, the legends. Johannes Trithemius, Bernard Trevisan, Carl Jung, Manly P. Hall. But I never thought I'd be time traveling. I never thought I'd be locked in this zone. According to the orders of Melchizedek, priest, bring me back, bring me back. Zodiac, priesthood, priest. 86, the devil raised the bar, but I'm a hurdler. And I'm the good thief, I sneak in your toxic house, the burglar. The musical Merkaba came to set free the Lucifer worshippers. Like James Bond 007, the soul of an old legend. Negative energy murderer, good or evil, angel or demon interpreter. Kings with frankincense and myrrh, and perfumes anoint me soon as my birth occur. Like Ben-Hur, I'm indigenous to Gilgamesh. With brilliantness became the builders of the pyramids. Now we lost in American North wilderness. I became the force, a poor man's ventriloquist. On the island far away from home like Gilligan. Took us from our villages till we find our way back through resilience and our diligence. Do rags and wave caps, black fists look militant, and Killah is remembrance. While living ignorance, driving kids with innocence. Dreams fly limitless, straight towards the nebula. With cannon or the terror, black boys face, we all in this together. I chase demons in my cape, my sword and my scepter. His brother Glow the Great, the lord of this era. Royal Priesthood, gold plates and treasures. Anubis, my eye, wear your heart against the feather. Carted Satan out your soul, lifting him out, he's on the stretcher. With my divine helicopter, with shocking propellers, outlines made of copper. The fortune teller, my dragon glows green like matcha. New York regalia, like Robin Walker is the Prophet Walter. From the days of Iron Sheik versus Sergeant Slaughter, blue around my garment borders. Fringes, execute vengeance. Mathematics, Qurans and Taurus. Rock the head of Horus, rocks in the watch is gorgeous. Behind my will, it fell into the wheel, metamorphic. Start spinning clockwise then counterclockwise. On the outside, my car became a flying saucer, straight to the orbit.
Masquerade killer, Michael hijacked the sun, matinee thriller. Zombie apocalypse, a center for disease, says my tracks are way iller. Isodrenochrome cubes keep they cabernet chiller. And thought this thought, they don't want you to think. Knowledge is power, shock the flowers, make my aura look pink. To know the ledge, godly hour, push your thoughts to the brink. You can't even close your eyes, become a corpse if you blink. With the oracle sink, I was born in the Sphinx. Copper DNA necklace with historical links. Hiding poison in the food, in the water you drink. Cause they raised done and they just biding their time. Throw food the lost truth coming down on my mind. Stab you with a light ray cause you was dying to shine. Then I disappeared like a truth post in your IG. Holy Spirit dripping like a ghost in your IV. Can't deport them all, we was already here. So get in tune with the voices in the water right here. You don't see the embryo in the form of your ear. Invisible man, I make myself awfully clear. Royal Priesthood astrologies is Lord of the Spears. Throwing platinum plates, you thought the flying saucers appeared. Yeah, they scared to wear their own face in the street. Deep elixirs, beast addicted to the taste of the shit. On Harry Potter's wheel, the god knew arrange my physique. Kai, Elohim, hemoglobin, the Arabian chic. 7 circles like the planets in the days of the week. Supreme math, solar facts in the language I speak. You brainwashed if you watching the news. Never make the wrong step when the laws in my shoes. The dream weaver make it seem there's no option to choose. Corona dope fiends, they be trying to nod. They in line to get shot, that's a fireman squad. Pharmaceutical, shoot to kill line with the gods. I cried for the angel babies that have died in the fog. Caught up in the crossfire, like a panther in the Clare rally. Zodiac, they need these answers in my hands badly. Like palm readers, break dancers in the sand valley. I moonwalked on chemtrails in the sky. On the path to ancient Kemet, weigh the scales in my eyes. The sun and moon temple sitting on the side of my head. A million years, I still remember every line that I said. Hermes Trismegistus, serve me the statistics. 99 attributes of Allah, 99% survival rate. Imagine the odds when you're the Neo, you're the one that made the patterns evolve. Another chapter to solve, why the Saturn revolve. Spinal column, I am Amen, climb the ladder to Oz. On a rocket to Nebula, the planet of the gods. Use my mind. Turn the mic to a producer, your staff. Trying to fit these odd shapes in the body. Tetragrammaton, tetra, see my face in the watch. Circle of life displayed in an arrangement of clocks. You can't be so diplomatic when you're breaking the locks. God Zodiac, Killah Priest, Royal Priesthood.
I shovel the grave, pull a suit off the body, fitted on mine, Judgment Day Illuminati, light a rose petal cigarette. I take a puff, then I pluck, I'm that raw devil's biggest threat. I stare at the judge till he flared with blood. I was unprepared, she was here for the drugs. Beware the grudge, bodies cut up, underwear on the rugs. Mollies and such, gold chandeliers above. The blaze is spinning slower and slower. I fade into a coma, it's over. I wake up, blood everywhere, head in my hand. Looks like the work of a madman, gone insane. Bodies on her springs, haunted things. Then her alarm rings. I got up, dragged her corpse, the head was off. Only if the dead could talk, and with no camera support, I leave it to dreadful thoughts. She was a woman of the cloth, he was a man of the cross, part of the 10%. They weren't innocent, they were poisoning the ignorant and the lost, till they both got caught and felt my force. No remorse, I'm in a tabernacle, is raining outside the stained glass windows. The one with the head of a jackal and dark sands has crystals. Who wrote these epistles? The one with the KP initial. My blade be official, it ripped through a tissue. Since a baby, the doc said there may be some issues. Never laugh or tickle. Psychopath, my stare was cold as icicle. I never disappoint when I said I will get you. Now I'm behind you with the scalpel when it drizzle. For months I let the beef pickle. Now I'm on a train through Spain while the detectives try to solve the riddle. This Adam apple had no seeds in the middle. To the detectives, never believe what you see, just a little. You might have thought you glanced at me in the stadium as the referee blows the whistle. Then on mountain skis, know I'm following you home, holding a pistol. As you pull out your keys, I sneak up behind you real slow. Put the gun to his spine, horror run through his mind. You've been looking for me, let's go. He wakes up along the ride, it's been a long drive. I told him I knew you a long time, you were just a pawn on the wrong side. We pulled up to a gate, I made a push in the cold. The gates opened up, a bunch of cars on the lawn. Time for them all to die. There was a statue of an owl, I blindfolded them, we went inside.
Are you from Silo, Minnesota?
Why, yes.
Do you know the Lakeview House?
Oh, the little hotel down on the Deerfield Road.
Where they make those wonderful pies.
My goodness. How do you know about it?
I did an article. My name is Elaine Kalisher. I work for the Travelers Review.
Oh, how nice. Moselle Beecher.
That's a beautiful crystal.
It came from Sedona. Oh, I'll bet you're here for the convention.
What convention?
Crystals.
No, I don't know anything about it.
Oh, I'm surprised it's the biggest one in the country. You know, it would make a wonderful article for your magazine.
Maybe it would.
Here you are, Miss Beecher. The key to 871. And your room is ready.
Right, be checking in with us, ma'am.
Yes, I will. Hello, I'm Elaine Kalisher.
Oh, yes, Miss Kalisher. We've been expecting you.
Yo, I come across as the boss. I'm eating Ross, race cars with Nos, and I never lost.
King so hard. Skydiver with the guns at Leviathan. Stomp all the king horses and the firemen. Super god spaceship that I'm flying in. Lost city where the fools rule environment. Rappers get ready, turn in your retirements. Judgment day, your head's the requirement. The ancient of rap, I wrote this on papyruses. Rhymes are sacred as prayers over Ireland. I'm the fact about the myth, the truth about the lie. I came from a disc that was floating in the sky. I don't care about swag, my shock was on the rise. The man with the mask, helicopters in his eyes. I can tell you about the neutrons and the protons. I can tell you about the nomos and the dogons. All the shockers connect like it's Voltron. From liquid to gas to a snow farm. But I really came to kill a one with goat horns. The Super Saiyan turn gorillas like Gohan. All Goku, J-Ron on Pro Tools. Gluten-free MC, no tofu. Cell planet with chemical clouds. Alien species land on the pinnacle owl. Atoms, hydrogen, positive charge. God's wrath, Killah Priest, planet of the gods.
Your music needs to be mastered professionally before you can launch it to the world. Get it done fast and affordably online at Studio.
With your sexual
mentally frustrated, plus waited for a long time. We both have strong minds, combined with feeling. She seems appealing for each other. Discreet lover, no longer keeps rubbers. Smothered under deep covers, erotic programs, poet, slow jams, enough to make your whole hand. And plus you a bold man, you fall in the manhole with a forbidden tree grow, and push your ego, a fly negro, a garden sour, polluted with a dead flower. And months later, he's laying on the respirator, depending on the generator to keep his heart moving. Start losing sight in his right eye, and we see might die.
I know this dope fiend cat, word up, his name is Javier. Part-time shooter, sharing needles in the stands. Wise guy disguised as a fly guy, you getting high ride. They don't wear your right eye. Use a minute, your brain cells finished, begging forgiveness, calling out on top, syphilis. You knew what you was getting into, trying to guess on what I've been through. And shorty roared and she said, you AIDS kills, word up, respect this. AIDS kills, word up, respect this. My nigga Chuck, he on the up. Anything is out of chickens down the ugly ducks. He didn't kill like Nancy, who liked the fancy tickles, so he put popsicles on the to make a fast and triple. Till she buff, overcome a lust, and put the lust upon them. But they didn't even say they grabbed the condom. What? He said AIDS is government made to keep brothers afraid, so they won't get the babies can't be made and increase the population within 1 decade. It's a war plot against the darker shade. Hey, yo, AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America dying slowly. You said AIDS kills, word up, respect this.
By the gravitation, earth rotation, 6 and the sex is deep. When you can't see clear through this tear brazier. Toe back, rolling the back, sipping cardiac, volume number 2, love song, Bobby Womack. Gotta relax, laying flat on her back, yo,
and as she lay,
she wore a silk gray necklace, Alizé pours the radio play, Marvin Gaye, what's going on? As she screams sexual healing, couldn't fight the feel in her legs, hit the ceiling, hitting all positions, dripped in quick love. She's professional and does this in straight clubs. Glide in June, the she acquired immune deficiency. Now misery is the syndrome. AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America dying slowly. AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America's dying slowly. AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America's dying slowly.
We said AIDS kills, word up, respect this.
America's dying slowly.
All right, left, turn, left, whoa, turn, whoa, turn, left, whoa, yo, yo, whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, let's stop this for a minute. Let's get all into it. Wu-Tang Clan on the ballot. Cause the left don't invest turning out of the psychology. Expect me to accept the apology. What I say on the day, put it on in the other way. Cause I press forward for a serious cause. Respect the intellect, but the right violence now that I'm ready, let the music begin. As I detect when I roll with my ballpoint pen. For the time that I spent, the money that I lent. Rap records went up just about 8 cents. It came in the way to get it made. Then they riding on the mic, it's a #1 trade. When the brother get the feeling that he wanna play cool, he just come over and diabolical fool. Oh, Fresh MC, go play in the mud. Another 20th century modern day chug. Cannibal hearing on underground dweller. Shut broke loose on the damn cellar. Don't be that while you're walking in Rome with the quiet and milk the bitch that say St. Joe. AIDS kill, word up, respect this. America's dying slowly. AIDS kill, word up, respect this. America's dying slowly. Tang, whoa, tang, whoa, tang, say whoa, tang, whoa, tang, say whoa, tang, whoa, tang, say whoa, tang. Yeah, AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America, slowly. AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America, dying slowly. AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America's dying slowly. We say AIDS kills, word up, respect this. America is dying slowly.
Formless, Tahoe, Babahu, large canoe, floating quietly, gently, foggy, tropical, misty delta. Sit 3 elders, leaves 21, judging the zealous and the rebellious, the selfish, those jealous. Then we'll sit in the high places to the city slums. All failures, no health clubs or helpers. That's what the lack of wealth does. No access leads to a lackness to practice self-love. That's why I direct traffic towards Abraxas and rocket to Nebula. And according to the order of Melchizedek and the Masoretic text, know I'm blessed from the esoteric. The angel Heru leave the nest. Start the quest, star on the crest. The garden is blessed. After the devil was charged and confessed, we surrounded the courtyards looking for all the false gods to arrest. 12 of the judges sit in a huge mothership. Vehicle is like it's biblical. Levitical law split, then divided into 2 governments. After the Most High chastised, and he provided a new covenant for those who were misguided by the goddess and knew of the succubus and knew in the other glyphs. Shutter disc above the cliff in the upper mist. Chief cornerstone took peace from upon the throne. 8 hormones, now the sheep horns have grown. And to the Baphomet beast, to Alexander the Greece and Rome. Brimstone, fire, empire, messiahs their believers have known. They brought Jesus in front of Caesar alone. Give us Barabbas, kill him from Nazareth, and they were still blasphemous to the sky revealed chariots. They gathering at the Vatican to worship Satan and Saturn. Turn pagan and go back to the ancient Zoroastrian. Masons doing demonstrations while they hating on the poor Africans. And y'all will have fellowship with everything the devil get, glorifying one another and causing crimes amongst brothers. And your hands high while we die and suffer. Missing fathers, crying mothers. We end up as martyrs, or lying in gutters, separate or partners. Why don't they love us? Cause these are the last days. Ski masks in the pathway, cigarettes in the ashtray. Listen to what the liquor in the glass say. Read the scripture, see the mirror. Child to a man, patches of gray. The clouds over land, we packed in those graves. The sitting crowd then stands, reflecting the reaction replays. It's like we actually trapped in a maze. Rebel.
Door closed inside the sanctuary, another one opens. Aslan and Killah Priest in the Book of Shadows. The Lion family lives on. Shadows, Book of Shadows. Yeah, like the black candles. Killah Priest and shit. The whole Wu-Tang family.
Nocturnal, I stroll with the darkness goes.
Yeah.
I write rhymes and pitch black. Nocturnal, I stroll with the dark.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
Nocturnal, I stroll with the darkness goes. I write rhymes and pitch black. Nocturnal, I stroll with the darkness goes.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
Class 7 plagues over the land. I bring it down flood. The devil's crush your firstborn, mark your door with the lamb's blood. Hope it passes over, feast on unleavened bread. Cause I won't stop till I've taken the beast 7th head. The black eagle, I wear the charms of the scarab beetle. I bred a staff of Moses, head wrapped like Arab people. The witch doctor, what? Check my cauldrons for me like you've heard the stories of the source of other books and water. I dread up cold, read forgotten scrolls and lost journals. The nocturnal warlock, I draw the crop circles. A black sire, riding chariots of fire. Never step to me, forever ready to stake a vampire. I see you lunatics out hiding at the moon, bury you down in the blackened tomb of an underground catacomb, sending adversaries to the dungeons of hell. I let the boatman of the river Styx ferry you to the underworld.
Nocturnal, I stroll when the darkness goes. I write rhymes and pitch black. Nocturnal, I stroll when the dark.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
Nocturnal, I stroll when the darkness goes. I write rhymes and pitch black. Nocturnal, I stroll when the darkness goes.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
Crossbones, tombstone, the womb grown enormous. Metamorphosis inside the muffins, black August force-fit. Dormant, torment, Torah author. I write torture, scorcher. Meet the holies of holies as the scroll reads in the empty graveyard. Great fogs surround me cloudy. Owls in the trees. Walls proud through the leaves howl. A tabernacle of jackals, a black moon statue move. The St. Matthew tattoo written across my abdomen, like the Roman letters written across the walls of the Vatican. The Sabbath end, the wrath of men. The night drift black as the wind. Big great stone church, 800 rabbis read from a verse. A basic instruction before leaving earth. The evening is cursed, pains of Mary receiving birth. Demons burst when I start breathing the verse. King of kings, priest, Lord of lords. Wings unseen, swords of war. Priests, slay the evil horde. Which is the beast? Hebrews sing on one accord. According to the book of life, the earth shook that night. Like the cold, cool bells pushed through the palms of Christ. I write, his blood drips through my ink. Judas picks up a cup and drinks, stars and sing about the sphinx.
For spit versus darker than Christ features. For idiots, the stupid other niggas that worship a white Jesus. Used to be judged, now they serving night can lead us. Babylonia's got an army of sodomites like Caesars. Turn the kingdom to a pillar of salt. Like the city of Sodom, cursed seed. Sit in a temple, running weed like King Solomon. 360 divided by 3, the mathematics. 85ers can't cipher with me, I spit that black magic. Use symbolic architecture, like the work of a mason. You will never catch me serving the church, worshipping Satan. Cause I'm like Canaan, but I'm like pagan, cremate them. Put the ashes in the urn, face them in the dirt, erase them, that's my word. Amen in and say 50 Hail Marys, clutching your rosary. I'm unholy, still devils ain't coming close to me. The hell raiser, spell breaker, self-savior. Tell your maker I'm coming to punish a gin, the world's in danger.
Nocturnal, I stroll when the darkness goes. I write rhymes in pitch black. Nocturnal, I stroll when the dark.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
Nocturnal, I stroll when the darkness goes. I write rhymes in pitch black. Nocturnal, I stroll when the darkness goes.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
I write rhymes in pitch blackness. Nocturnal, I stroll when the darkness goes. I write rhymes in pitch black.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
I write rhymes in pitch blackness. Nocturnal. I write rhymes in pitch blackness.
Red dragons can't even fuck with my brain pattern.
Shadows, Killah Priest, Aslan, Book of Shadows. Shadows. Open the sanctuary wide. This is it. When I leave off, Macadangelo, the Saint, the Crusader. A heavy mentalist and his penmanship took him to unlimited greatness. Some say he was a spaceship, others say he was gracious. The way he spit brought God to an atheist, brought wisdom to a pagan. His basic instructions before leaving evil was formed from the black Hebrews. But he trapped with his people selling crack, living illegal, strapped with desert eagles, and would clap at judges, police too. Two sides to him, he would go to combat and was peaceful. This is more of his stained glass writing on the church window pane as a Viking. His name is Priest, the Mac evangelistic. Shout outs to RML, the whole label, Man Bites Dog Records. Count fifth. You know what I mean? This is just something that was in the mind, you know what I mean? Something special for the fans, you know what I'm saying? Make sure y'all keep supporting, man. It's more. The words. Yeah, keep it going on, man. For real.
And around about the throne were 4 and 20 seats, and upon the seats I saw 4 and 20 elders sitting in the deep, clothed in white raiment that glowed a bright radiance, exposed the light ancient, and on their heads were crowns of gold, and they wrote down what they were told in their holy scroll. Only those who know, golden trumpets blow for the ones with sunken souls. Thunder roll, hundreds come, hundreds go. And there were 7 lamps of fire. Horses stand with riders, forces called dividers, talkers and the writers, and 4 beasts that represented war or peace, sitting with 6 wings for each. They were full of eyes so they could peek at the bull that rise from the sheep. Divide and pull the tribes in deceit. The Most High men is wise have receipts, where the dragon meets and eats the African priest. He'll only settle after it feasts the oldest devil, till the Braxis a preach. Thou art worthy, part mercy. O Lord, is a cold war, this your sword. Receive glory and honor. I write my story in armor and power. For thou hast created all things, offsprings. The aftermath of battles, a submerged cross lean, broken. Saladin next to the corpse of kings. The ground smoking, the rise of another force or regime. Prophecies the holy prophets foreseen. The door open. Tesla map to the Tesseract. The cube moved to Nebula tracks. Take a train to planes, I'd rather rap. It's faster than the wheels on tracks. I don't see hills, I see it flat. And that's a fact. Chief cornerstone, 4 beasts on the throne. I saw priests, morning tones. I heard weeps to the morning show. I fell asleep in an enormous glow that turned into a tornado cone. I spiraled up into the wheel of the cycle. I was sucked. My face in space embraced by moon rock dust. No trace erased. I felt a cool and hot rush. My mind twist. Outside of time exists. The 24 wise scientists inside the ship. The flying disc, the fine mist. They shine with their glyphs, encrypt in their elements, then shift interstellar. Other intelligence, the great grandmother hovers over what's covered in the Lalabella cliffs. The axis, what access to the axiom. They had the correct address of the Aztecs and the black museums. They came to show us the map to freedom. For those trapped in believing, you ask now receiving. The waves of liquid light splashes the color of night, slowly fades into a new day. A color bath while the hovercraft brainwashes citizens lower to the upper class. Spin cycle, disciples last supper glass. Bread and wine, the brothers passed, staring at him like he read his mind above the flask. 11 cups were grabbed. The brother laying in the cut looked sad. He kept staring, I don't trust this man. I think he hates me, see lately his luck been bad. As he pushed up the stand, spotted he had coins in a bag. Plotted in joining hands with the prophet anointed lamb. Son of man, one would have thought they gave this clown 100 grand to take down the crown, the only one holy son with the plan. See, he was foolish. The old man said to the school kids, never sell your friend out for rulers. Be real with your brothers if you join the movement. Now it's ruined. The children ask what's ruined. Then they asked each other, who's this? Then one asked, what's your name, sir? He said, my name? I should never be you students' influence. It's just a story, but since you want to know my name is Judas. The sky turned stormy. He said I spoke the truest, as the blood in my veins is Jewish. Y'all remember my name, next to the angel that was strumming the strings of music. The morning star that led the orchestra, playing the organs for God. Head of the officers, first in command. Now he's cursing the earth and the land. Just like Adam, now he has dirt on his hands. With this light, with this light. Within my black flesh, I suppress Melchizedek, where the rest of the gods are compressed. The right arm, then the jet, then the leg, then my arm on my left, and the head was next. It stood erect over my neck, over my chest, over my pecs. Then she had breasts. I took a deep breath, my arms stretched and my knees flexed. Then I walked up the ziggurat steps, ancient astronaut that pick up your calls before the number is pressed. Whether you want to talk about deep thought or you just depressed. Before the corpus text, beneath the mysterious orbit in Maldek. During the time of the T-Rex, it wasn't even called BC yet. Let us experiment with the pyramids. And through time and life cycles, we'll make appearances. We'll visit tribes in the villages, even little kids never came near the pig. Cause we Nazarites, We gathered spice before the Adamites, the mystic times. Our satellites was made out of malachite. We spoke to the afterlife. It was paradise before the earth was inhabited by ice. Before the Christ and animals were sacrificed. We came down amongst the children of men and grabbed the wife. Got them pregnant with angelic genetics. Communicated through telekinetic. We're not from the human race ancestors. I write ambidextric for our planet to connect with the Atlantis records. Esoteric to give us extraterrestrial leverage. Take psychedelic for breakfast to write poetic. Drink the sunlight for beverage. The mathematics to digest it. Gigantic to build the oldest relics like the Karahan Tepe. The towers in Babylon were steady. Then walked across the Serengeti. Long before the song our people called God and Depi. Let's throw some confetti over Dr. Sebi. Kamehameha, the first surfer. And language originated in the Levant. Circa 3800 BC. Circa 500 BC. The rise of Persia. Silver and gold workers. Kings and queens from the tribe of Berbers. Before the story was told, Cain committed the first murder. And the gods of Egypt and Greece made the merger. From the Green Sahara, the first black mummy era. King Nebuchadnezzar found treasure, and a messenger came out of Mecca, holding scepters. There's temples in the area. Mayans, Incas, and Aztecs from South Central America. Ephraim, Issachar, Manasseh. Before Nikola Tesla, before the settlers and the beggars. Black space travelers came with passengers to get the inhabitants to take over Samaria. And the hunter-gatherers came out of Africa within the diaspora. The Antediluvian, to the Natufians, to the Nubians, for the medieval Hebrews in Camoria, speaking Tongo, Benin, and Yoruba, Uruguay, the Niger Congo, Western Sudanic, Creole, Igbos and the Negroes, Southern Morocco beneath the Cosmo, the Holocene, the pale-nosed gene, the dynasty of the Ming, and the Yellow Kings. Yellow King, Yellow King, Yellow King, Yellow King, Yellow King.
But this I didn't learn until it was too late.
I, the black ruler that come forth from Smai Tyri. I, the almighty ruler. Eyes fiery, and darkness is not a color. For I was in darkness and I created light. Incubated in night, meditated in sight. And you ask why I wear all white? Alright, I'm a Neteru, also referred to as an Elohim by the Hebrews, and Vishnu to the Hindus. I'm from the temples in Eridu, call me Apsu. I'm Tiamat, the obelisk, shadows 3 o'clock. Walk with us to see Enoch. The mystery key unlocks, the coffin text he speaks we watch.
People of Thebes, ask pity of the gods. Pharaoh is dead.
Not quite, open his tomb. All praise to Amun, and the sun, which is Ra, later combined. Amun-Ra, sun, moon, and star. Your Moses knows us. Before we toyed with the cobras, we showed them our culture. The same goes for Joseph. I show you them as pharaohs, with different names in their sculptures. Olmecs, Hotep. I am Menace. My thoughts are endless. My courts are crimson. And I am Thoth, the one before Musa when the law was given. You are my children, and I am Osiris, the rider of death. And I am his brother Set. Ra, the sun rises, and the sun sets. Abraham kneels before Melchizedek, as the 24 elders held the text. Over Isis, Ra, El, hold the scale, hold him still, while his feet and palms are nailed. Behold the pale horse scallops along the trail. The name for gods were El, Shaddad, Nimrod, mighty hunter. His statue atop of the ziggurat steps. Me, Lamu, and Lahamu, then Anshar, then Kishar, and their offsprings was Antu, Kai, and Anu. From Chaldeans, the owl is seen during night upon the Nile. A child is floating down, streaming. But you have penalized angels and crowned demons. Come, meet Queen Hatshepsut. We are winged celestials, extraterrestrial beings seen by the Eskimos. We were here in the prehistoric Mexico. No, we're not skeletal, and no, they were never an embryo. Dynastic period indigo. The Sahelanthropus Trigensis descendants, the species that mimic our kindreds, but we were monkeys.
People of Thebes, ask pity of the gods. Pharaoh is dead.
Not quite, for we came from the darkest part of the night. For within the shadows, the pharaohs gave you the apple to bite. These are the knowledge of good and evil. We also have the fruits to the tree of life. This is my key. Put it in, turn it, unlock it, and you will no longer be mummies. Around the garden, the meditating monks breathe, slow and deep, and above the garden, the stars rearrange monthly. 12 zodiacs, please don't react, but it seems like Adam and Eve had company. Come with me, see the god they call Enki or Ea. His record was kept in the forms they wrote called Killah. And that time they were doomsayers, soothed prayers, tomb raiders. It was called a departure. The moon was split, or it was hit with ships that left moon craters. Here's the meta-nature. Meta is where you get nature. Let's read the Vedas. Please, I need debaters. Do you believe in vapor or what you see on paper? The alpha and the omega, or the algebra creators. We are ancient, and you call us pagans.
People of Thebes, ask pity of the gods. Pharaoh is dead.
Do not regret that you were required to sell our tomb. Our own existence is vanity. We desire no life in the hereafter. Remember always that we blessed you before we left. But for you, who came to us from the river when we were already old, were the greatest joy of our lives. May your heart be shielded from sorrow. Such is the desire of your Father.
Behold, his feet and his arms was black in the temple of Karnak, and along their walls show images of wars during Nubian combat. Above that were shapes and symbols of creatures like they had alien contact.
You are here in the house of death.
Above it all, atop of the hall, the Sumerian star maps that kept the records of when the heavens made Abraham his contract. All compact, Sargon's plaque over Akkad, Belshazzar, kings, elder gods, in and outside of the realms of ours. Images of Thutmose III and King Tut close to birds. Do not touch or disturb the Egyptian magician's words. His arm brushed, his vision blurred, his wisdom slurred.
What do you watch here in the house of death?
Men Gazeta, attend to the cedar, make them believe us. Where is thy brother, Abel? Am I my brother's keeper? Who are the other speakers? Those from the upper ethers. Wings like a raven, I am no pagan.
What do you watch here in the house of death? What do you watch here in the house of death?
I brought you the bodies of a man and a woman to be preserved by your art, so that they may enjoy eternal life.
As you say, we are artists here. What can you pay for our services?
I have nothing.
Nothing? Throw this carrion in the river.
Wait. I'm willing to work here, to pay for the embalming, for as long as you say I must.
Work here? Only condemned criminals.
I'm the GOAT. You crazy, gang, I'm the GOAT. Nah, son, he's the GOAT.
I want this dealt with. I don't care if you have to call the lunar base beyond the ice wall. These monsters just kicked in the wrong door.
All right, what the hell is going on? I don't know, but it must be important. Not as important as the sandwich I was about to eat.
All right, everyone, listen up. We got some nasty goat-headed creatures trying to take over, and we ain't gonna let that slide. If you're scared, leave now. Let's go!
Let's move it! Let's go! Stay focused. Double time, move. Almost there. Get ready.
Me nah fear no goat. Put the goat on my belly. Ha ha!
Hold on, I need to speak with you briefly.
Hey, now I was born. What's the science, Betty?
Let me introduce you to your new co-pilot, Killah.
Priest. Killah Priest. What are you doing all the way out here on the moon?
What am I doing here? What are you doing here?
Moonwalking, of course. You should have seen your face, priest.
Haha, very funny. Why you call your monkey Bubbles anyway?
I'm the king of pop, silly. Okay, seriously though. Are you sure you know what you're doing, priest?
Of course, I wrote the basic instructions before leaving Earth.
Wait, there's something missing. Oh, I know. We can't fly without music.
I got you. Play Celestial Mike.
Radically different celestial orders separate the present age from the former. The primordial moving waters to moon quarters. From the sun's birth, light works cover the earth's four corners. Eyes behold the great God in his circular abode. In the center was the tree of life, Merkaba codes. Outside of that, exceeding lights from 12 UFOs. Maccabees, Israelites, Persia untold. The worshippers of gold, stone, diamonds from coal. I've seen it all alone, write it in scrolls while I'm in the zone. Tenfold, tempos, symbols. You think they're ready for another heavy mental, the insult. My body was vacuumed, engulfed into the black goo. Pentecost, time began to warp. I've been caught up into this cloud of spinning force. My inner thoughts was intercourse, aroused from alien women bought. They bowed, then stood, then pulled their linen off. Shoes were hooves, head of a chicken, a pigeon, a griffin, and hawk. My vision got lost. She held the 4 birds while sitting on a horse. One of the birds was fiction, of course. 2 was for digging, Abraxas religion, and picking a corpse. Like gases passing into the inner world, becoming an entity of energy. I know it's in the oyster, but what makes a pearl? Coalescing with the elemental. Man, woman, boy, and girl. Hair bushy, wavy, straight or curl. Essential. I'm in the spheres as we twirl. A creature of the mind's beginning. Creation. Pre-wedding. Ovulating. Observation. So exile, I'm on the canal, on the right route course. They said the Nile flows from the south to north, from its orients to upstream. The sky's my audience, picking up ornaments to rough kings. wiping off the plush buster queens. When you redeem, you haunt horror and terror screams. Seraphims, eyes all over their wings. I write things. I am great because I know that I'm not. I just find my space astronaut. Real MCing is rooted in strength. It's pruned with gifts. Doom was it. The rest of y'all lunatics. Circus level when you work with the devil. I deal with planets that pick up dirt with the shovel. Autumn trees, turmeric oil, oregano, mustard seeds. Atom to atoms create me.